Hey everyone, and welcome to another video. Tonight we have 2 hours of stories. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 500 likes on this one. It takes just a quick second to drop a like, and it helps out the channel immensely. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I post videos just like this whenever I finish 2 hours of audio. We're stepping away from the every Monday night upload schedule that we've been testing out. I'm just going to try and post as much as I can. So I hope you're all looking forward to that. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. 3 years ago, my friends and I decided we would all go on a fun camping trip for the weekend. Like most friend groups, we had a group chat where we discussed plans and other random topics. Typically our plans were made last minute. Somehow, planning ahead never worked out for any of us. Ironically, the more spontaneous the plan, the more likely it was to actually happen. So you can imagine my surprise when we managed to plan a camping trip in advance, and it actually worked out. All of our parents said yes, and no one had any games or school commitments to worry about. We scheduled the trip for a Friday evening, planning to spend the whole weekend outdoors. When Friday finally came, we were all excited. Some of my friends brought tents and fire starting gear, while others packed safety equipment, just in case. The only downside? We had to hike a trail to reach the campsite. I had work that night, so I was the last one to start the hike. I got off at 8:30 p.m. and made it to the trailhead by 8:50. The hike would take an hour at most. Keep in mind, I lived in Colorado, so wildlife was always something I had to watch out for. But little did I know, wildlife would end up being the least of my concerns. As I started along the trail, my mind began to race. I'd always been someone who overthought everything. My thoughts spiraled. What if a bear comes out and eats me? What if my blood sugar drops and we're out of snacks? What if someone is stalking me from behind the trees? Eventually those thoughts faded, and I found myself more focused on the music playing through my headphones. As I kept walking, I realized my blood sugar was actually starting to drop. I stopped for a quick snack break and sat down to rest. I've been a type 1 diabetic since birth, ever since I was 18 months old, when my pancreas decided to retire early. My life was revolved around managing sugar intake. All that really did was turn me into a sneaky kid who constantly found ways to sneak sweets. Sometimes I wonder what it would be like to be normal. But then again, this is my normal. I don't have a single memory of life without diabetes. If anything, not having it would feel abnormal to me. Maybe I wouldn't be the punching bag of the group if I didn't have it. Maybe my mom wouldn't carry so much guilt over it. Either way, there's not much I can do. It's just the crappy hand I was dealt. Once my blood sugar was back at a reasonable level, I stood up and continued down the trail, but after a few minutes I stopped. My surroundings felt off, uncomfortably unfamiliar. I looked at the map I was using and realized I'd taken a wrong turn. I had been walking in the wrong direction for nearly the entire hour this hike was supposed to take. A chill crept through me. It felt like freezing water was being pumped through my veins. My mouth went dry, and my heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my head. Crap, okay, this isn't a big deal. I muttered to myself, trying to stay calm. I just walked back until I reached the points where I went off course, then take the right path. But deep down, I was panicking, and I didn't even know why. It wasn't just that I was lost. Something about that one wrong turn felt wrong in a way I couldn't explain, like it had set something in motion. As I retraced my steps, a strange paranoia crept over me. I started walking more quietly. I pulled out my headphones and tried to suppress every sound I made, moving quickly but silently, like something might be listening. As I started walking, I began to notice something strange. Why are there two sets of footsteps? I wasn't imagining it. I could clearly see it. It wasn't subtle. Every time I took a step, something else did too. But it wasn't just that something was walking behind me. No. It was that every footstep it took was perfectly synchronized with mine. Not just the timing, the sound was identical. The only reason I even noticed it was because of a slight delay. Just a fraction of a second. I know that doesn't make much sense. If it stepped when I stepped, the sound should have blended perfectly, but it didn't. I could hear the echo of it, like a mirrored version of my own movement, just a half beat behind. I started counting each of my steps, and each of the ones I heard. It wasn't the idea that someone might be there that scared the crap out of me. No, it was the realization that something was there, copying me, perfectly. There's not something a person can do. No human can replicate another person's footsteps exactly, not down to the sound, weight, and rhythm with 100% accuracy. Most people, when they think they're being followed, will call out, ask, "Who's there?" or maybe even run. They'll make it obvious that they know. I wasn't going to do that. I decided to play it smart, act clueless. The plan was simple. Keep calm, walk like everything was fine, and the moment I reached the parking lot, run to my car, lock the doors, and get the hell out of there. I started texting my friends about what was happening. None of them took it seriously at first. One of them even joked, "Record it." So I did. Surprisingly, the recording made it clearer. You could hear it, the sound of multiple footsteps, perfectly synchronized, but with that strange delay. The second they heard it, the tone shifted. Suddenly they were asking real questions. "Where are you? How close are you to the campsite?" I told them my plan, then I shut off my phone. I wanted to seem unaware, but not vulnerable. That's when I think it started to get impatient. The footsteps weren't perfectly in sync anymore. They were slipping, getting sloppy. Now anyone could have heard it. It wasn't subtle anymore. At first I couldn't figure out why it was giving up the illusion. Then it hit me. It wants me to know it's there. Now I had two options. Stick to the plan and keep walking, or abandon it and run in a different direction. Option 2 became the obvious choice real fast. The footsteps started to change. I don't even have words for how fast they moved. Unreal, like something out of a nightmare. But the worst part? They weren't behind me. They were in front of me. This entire time I had been walking toward it. I never saw it. It was too dark, but I heard it running straight at me with that impossible inhuman speed. And that's when the real fear hit me. I can't even begin to describe the fear I felt. It wasn't just the kind that makes your heart race. This was deeper, primal. My chest tightened so hard it felt like my ribs were closing in on my lungs. My heartbeat wasn't just pounding, it was slamming, like it was trying to break free from my chest. Every beat hurt. My skin went cold and clammy, like all the warmth in my body had been sucked out through my face. It felt hollow, like my skull was trying to collapse in on itself. My mouth was so dry it felt like sandpaper, like I hadn't had water in days. Even my thoughts weren't normal. They didn't come in words anymore, just sharp flashes of panic, like alarm bells going off in a language I didn't understand. This wasn't just fear. This was my body reacting like it knew something was wrong, something it couldn't see but felt. I bolted off the trail and into the woods. There was no way I could outrun this thing in a straight line. Whatever it was too fast. I ducked between trees and ran in every direction I could, desperate to break its line of sight. I don't know how long I ran. Minutes, hours. My lungs were on fire, every breath a knife in my chest. I finally stopped when I realized the footsteps were gone. But so was the trail. I had run so far, turned so many times. I couldn't tell where I came from, and to make things worse, it was dark. Not just can't read my phone dark. I mean pitch black. I couldn't even see 2 feet in front of me. I reached for my flashlight. Just as my fingers brushed the switch, something stopped me. Not a feeling, an instinct. It was deeper than thought. Something primal, ancient. A survival reflex that didn't feel like it came from me. Then I heard it. A voice in my head. One I wasn't in control of. Don't. I froze. I don't know why, but I knew. Knew if I turned on that flashlight, I'd die. Move, it said. So I did. I walked forward, straight ahead for what felt like minutes. Hands out, blind. Stop. I obeyed. My body wasn't mine anymore. I was just following orders. Silence. Then the voice returned, louder this time. Hide. My stomach dropped. Hide? What do you mean? I couldn't see anything. How was I supposed to hide in a forest I couldn't even see? Hide, the voice repeated, sharper, more urgent. And that's when I knew. Whatever had been chasing me, it wasn't done yet. It was close. My gut was right. I heard footsteps again. I dropped to the ground and pressed myself behind the largest tree I could find. Heart hammering, breath shallow. I didn't move, didn't blink. A horrible thought crept into my mind. What if it's a Wendigo or a skinwalker? It didn't seem that far-fetched. I do live in Colorado. The idea only made the crushing sense of dread worse. I heard it begin to circle. Its steps were slow, deliberate, like it knew. Run. The voice in my head, loud, sudden, panicked. It caught me off guard. I barely had time to register what it said before I heard it. The footsteps, charging straight toward me. It found me. I ran. I zigzagged wildly, cutting through trees, not caring which direction I went, just moving, fast and erratic. I ran until my legs burned and my lungs begged for air. Then I stopped. I collapsed to the ground, crouched behind a thick brush, too exhausted to go any further. I could only pray I had lost it, that maybe, just maybe, it gave up. That's when I heard it. An ear-piercing scream ripping through the silence of the woods. It came from behind me, close but somehow distant, like it echoed from somewhere it shouldn't have been. I froze, paralyzed by fear, waiting for the voice, the real voice, to guide me. And then I heard something else. James, is that you? Eric. It was Eric's voice. My friend. Every ounce of fear drained from my body in an instant. Relief flooded through me. I was just about to jump out, call out to him. But then the voice returned. Don't. Why did it say that? I listened anyway, and within seconds I realized why. It was there, looking for me. That didn't make sense. I had just heard the scream behind me not even seconds ago, and now Eric's voice. But it wasn't him. None of it made sense. Before I could spiral any deeper, something pulled me back to the present. Something far worse. I could see it now. And this wasn't a Wendigo. It wasn't a skinwalker. It wasn't anything I could recognize. It was tall. No, inhumanly tall. Its limbs stretched so far they nearly touched the ground, and its fingers dragged through the dirt with each movement. The nails. God, the nails. They were long, jagged, soaked in something dark. Blood, maybe. And they weren't just sharp. They looked designed to tear through flesh. But the worst part? I couldn't even see its face. It was so tall, its upper half disappeared into the tree canopy. Its torso was skeletal, thin, bony, and its skin had the texture and color of bark, almost perfectly camouflaged in the night. I began to inch away, slow and silent, but then, snap. A twig underfoot. It heard it. No, it reacted to it instantly. It didn't turn like a person. It didn't move naturally. Its entire body stopped, frozen mid-step, and then just its neck turned. Long, so disturbingly long. It peered down at me. The rest of its body didn't move, only the neck twisting at an unnatural angle. I didn't wait. I didn't want to see its face. I ran. The voice screamed in my head again, this time with pure, urgent panic. Run! The footsteps came fast. Too fast. They didn't sound like running. They sounded like something charging through the woods, tearing through branches, eating the distance between us like nothing. It roared. But the sound, it wasn't the scream I heard earlier. This time, the voice in my head started shouting commands. Left, right, faster, slower. I followed them blindly. My feet pounded the ground, lungs burning, vision blurring. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I had to keep moving. Then, stop. I collapsed behind a fallen log, gasping, body trembling, and for the first time I realized it was gone. Somehow the thing was no longer chasing me. Quiet, the voice whispered. I obeyed, not a sound, not a breath too loud. Then another word. Snack. And that's when I understood. My blood sugar. The running, the fear, the adrenaline. It had drained me completely. I was crashing, and if I didn't eat something soon, I wasn't going to survive, even if the monster didn't get to me first. I pulled out a candy bar and began eating as quietly as possible. It had been a good 15 minutes. The voice had gone silent, and everything around me was dead quiet. Not peaceful, not still, just wrong. I tried to reassure myself that I was going to make it out alive, but no matter what I told myself, I couldn't shake the feeling. I couldn't calm down, because in my gut I knew this only ended one way. Listen. The voice returned, cutting through the silence like a blade. I listened, and then I heard it. James. The voice was uncanny. Have you ever watched the Mandela catalog? It sounded exactly like that. Like a warped imitation of a real voice, stretched and hollow, echoing from something that wasn't human and never had been. Turn around. I turned, and standing there was a humanoid figure, but it wasn't human. Its left arm was half missing, torn away, bone exposed. The rest of its body looked decayed, rotting like a corpse left out too long. And its proportions? Off. Some of its limbs were too long, others grotesquely swollen or twisted. Its smile glowed faintly in the darkness, so wide it had torn the skin around its mouth. Blood still clung to the shredded flesh, and I could see inside. Ropes of dark, stringy blood stretched between jagged teeth, like it had just chugged a gallon of blood. It didn't speak again. It just stared. Then in one motion it dropped to all fours and screamed. A high-pitched, bone-shattering shriek, inhuman, violent. Then it charged. I didn't even get the chance to run. It was too fast. It grabbed me and then nothing. Just the sound of flesh tearing, pain, then darkness. I woke up in agony. Every inch of my body hurt. The first thing I noticed was the light, broad daylight pouring in from behind me. I was lying at the entrance of a cave. Next to me was a pile of bones, definitely human. In front of me, nothing but pitch blackness. The cave stretched deeper than I could see. I didn't have time to process anything before I heard it again. That thing. It was already chasing me, back on all fours, just like before, but this time, there was distance between us. I had a head start. I pushed myself to my feet, ignoring the pain, and ran, faster than I ever have in my life. It screamed again, a horrible, piercing scream that ripped through the air. It was so loud I thought my eardrums would burst. But then I noticed something. The scream wasn't behind me. It sounded like it came from in front of me. I didn't look. I just kept running, my feet pounding the trail until somehow I made it back. Back to the parking lot. Back to my car. And the police were already there. They rushed me, took me in. I was barely conscious by that point. I hadn't realized just how messed up I really was. The thing had bitten a chunk out of my shoulder. Deep, ragged scratches tore across my back. Some of the wounds were already infected. They asked me what happened. I lied. What was I supposed to say? The truth? That a monster in the woods stalked me for a week and left me to die in a cave full of bones? They'd have locked me in a padded room. But as they questioned me, I learned something that chilled me deeper than anything else had. I had been missing for a week. A whole week, and somehow I survived, which made no sense. I didn't have my backpack. My insulin was gone. My pump was missing. There's no way I could have gone a week without it. No way I could have gone that long without water. Yet I did. Somehow. Recovery was long and hard. Therapy was even worse. Eventually I told the truth. The therapist gave me the usual canned response. Trauma interferes with our memory. Yeah, I know what I saw. She made me talk about it a lot. And that's when I started putting the pieces together. The screams, the voice in my head, what I thought was a guide. It wasn't guiding me out. It was leading me deeper. There weren't just one of those things. There were two. Every time I heard that scream, every time I thought it was in front of me, it was actually right behind me. They played with my perception, bent my senses, used sound and hope to trap me. They weren't hunting me for the kill. They were playing with me. And I think that's the part that breaks me the most. They kept me alive on purpose. They let me wake up, again and again. I wasn't unconscious for a week. I wasn't sleeping that whole time. I kept waking up. But every time I opened my eyes, it was night. Every time I'd forget what happened the time before. And every time the chase would begin again. Sometimes I'd run, sometimes I'd hide. Sometimes I'd hear a loved one's voice calling out to me. Eric, my mom. But they weren't real. The second creature, whatever it was, it mimicked them, used their voices, their faces. It gave me hope just long enough to lead me into the jaws of the other. Every night the game reset, and every time I lost. I know this now because the memories are coming back, slowly in flashes and dreams. I wasn't asleep for a week. I woke up 7 times, 7 nights, 7 rounds of fear, pain, and false hope. I even went into the cave, the same one it always came out of. I think I lived in it for some of those nights. The memories are still blurry, but here's what haunts me the most. Why was the last time different? Why did I wake up in daylight? Why was that the only time I made it out? I ran 10 minutes from the cave to the trail. That's far, but not far enough to explain why the pattern broke. It doesn't make sense, and maybe it's not supposed to. Some things are random for a reason. Some horrors don't follow rules. This is just what I remember, my perspective. But I know one thing for sure. It's over now. And I am never going camping again. No, screw that. I am never going near the woods again. They told us not to talk to him. That was the first thing the guy at the canoe rental said. As you pass Lily Spring, the paper read, you may see a man locals call Naked Ned. He lives off the river and keeps to himself. Please don't approach. Don't call out, wave, or speak to him in any way. Respect his privacy completely. He is not part of the tour. Do not engage. Ned won't bother you if you don't bother him. I read it aloud in the van, doing my best creepy narrator voice. Spooky. Kaysen snorted. Told you, Naked Ned, king of the swamp. He waggled his eyebrows at Jess. Jess rolled her eyes. I've seen enough naked old men in Atlanta. We call it downtown. Luke barked a laugh that was the old Econoline van rattled down the last dirt stretch. I swear it nearly came apart over a giant pothole. Our driver was this wiry, bark-skinned guy who looked like he'd been carved from driftwood. He turned slowly and locked eyes with us. Best mind that paper, he rasped. Ain't just for show. You come with respect. The river carries you home. Then staring right at Jess. You come to judge? The swamp keeps your bones. Nobody said a word. Then Kaysen scoffed like he always does. That's supposed to scare us? The guy didn't answer. Just climbed out and let the van door swing open behind him. I stuffed the paper into my backpack. Whatever. Let's go find your naked Florida man. We'd rented 2 aluminum canoes, 2 beat-up old things. They scraped over the sand before slipping into the dark water as we got in. Jess and I sat up front. Kaysen and Luke handled the steering. Luke grinned. The current grabs you if you're not careful. Kaysen smiled. Yeah, just sit back and look pretty. We got it. I let it go. It was hot and humid already, and if they wanted to do the work, fine by me. The Santa Fe River was tan and dark and slow-moving, winding lazily through the swampy woods. The smell was thick, wet earth, rotting leaves, and something foul. We drifted past half-sunken docks and sagging shacks. Faded, no trespassing signs clung to old trees, nailed in decades ago and forgotten. Jess wrinkled her nose. Smells like a carcass in a crock pot out here. Kaysen grinned. That's just the swamp saying hi. I didn't say it out loud, but the farther we drifted, the more the river felt like it was swallowing the world. Even our voices started to feel off. Too loud, then too soft. Like sound itself didn't know what to do out here. I reached into the bag and cracked open a mini bottle of Fireball. I'm not waiting till Rum Island, I said, shaking the bag. It rattled with more where that came from. Luke grinned. We better kill those now. Show up with Fireball at Rum Island, and you might as well wear a sign that says amateur. Jess held out her hands. Toss me 2. I'm double-fisting this river run. I lobbed a handful into their canoe. She caught every one. We laughed, we drank, but the deeper we went, the quieter it got. Cypress knees jutted out from the water like bony fingers. Spanish moss hung from the trees like the world's oldest curtains. We passed a bleached log covered with turtles. When we got too close, they plopped into the water one by one, vanishing with soft splashes. Jess jumped. Jesus. Just turtles. Luke smirked. I wasn't so sure. Where there are turtles. Then came the yellow eyes, barely above the waterline. A gator, watching, not moving. Nasty, Kaysen muttered. No one disagreed. A little farther on, we passed a leaning pine tree. Wired to the trunk was a skull. Maybe deer, maybe not. One antler hung down like a broken limb. Just spotted it. Well, that's not creepy at all. Kaysen clenched his jaw. Idiots hunting out a season. Silence settled in. They say people disappear out here, he added. No splash, no trace, just gone. Jess scoffed. BS. But her eyes stayed locked on the skull until it disappeared behind us. Ahead the river forked. One way curved wide and easy, the other narrowed into a shadowy tunnel of trees. The water in that direction turned crystal clear. That's Lily Spring, Luke said quietly. We stared into it. It was beautiful in that way deep water can be. Too still, too clean. I took another swig of Fireball. Jess grinned. Well, let's go meet him. Then the current shifted and started to pull us in. The water turned crystal clear. White sand on the bottom with scattered leaves and roots twisting like veins. No one spoke. Then we saw it. A crooked yellow sign nailed to a tree. Naked Ned ahead. I snorted. Seriously? The outfitters put that up? Kaysen smirked. The swamp did it. Nobody laughed. The message came first, smeared on a small warped wall of old plywood. I'm not qualified to cast the first stone. Are you? Then we saw him. He stood behind the wall just tall enough to cover him from navel to thigh. He was tall, disturbingly thin, his skin too tight like it had been stretched to fit bones it didn't belong to. His hair was long, matted with river scum, his beard ever longer, and clung to his chest like Spanish moss. But it was what hung below the wall that really hit us. Between his legs dangled something long and hideous. It looked like a dead snake, shriveled, lifeless, roped with veins hanging almost to his ankles. Whatever it used to be, it wasn't anymore. I don't even want to describe it again. For a second we all just stared. Jess gagged out a laugh. Kaysen whispered, "What is that?" Ned didn't move, just stared at us like we were already caught. Jess, drunk and fearless, stood up in the canoe. "Hey Ned, you gonna show us the goods or just stand there like a scarecrow?" "Jess, stop," I snapped. She threw her arms wide. "Come on, what's the point of being a famous naked swamp man if nobody sees it?" Ned tilted his head. "I show everyone the same thing," he said. "It's only the guilty who have to die." His words drifted across the water like a putrid breeze from hell. Jess sat down hard. Then Ned stepped around the wall. Around his neck hung a human skull, wired through the eye sockets. It swung with each step. And he smiled, too wide, too long, like his face wasn't built for it. The water beneath us rippled. Then something bumped our canoe. "We need to go," I whispered in a panic. Kaysen nodded, dug his paddle deep, but the river wouldn't let us. The current shifted, subtle but there, pulling us forward toward the dock, toward him. Jess started sobbing. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't mean it. I'm sorry." Ned laughed, a horrid cackle. "The first stone's already been thrown, and it wasn't by me." He pointed at Jess. "She's the one," he rasped, "and the swamp knows." Then the water erupted. Black roots burst from below, slick and alive, wrapping around Jess's arms and waist. She screamed. Kaysen grabbed her, trying to hold on. "I've got you," he yelled. "I've got—" But the roots yanked, hard, She slipped from his grip and vanished beneath the water. Gone. Silence. Then Ned said, "Judgment has a price, but the swamp always leaves something behind." The water bubbled. Something floated to the surface. A skull. Bleach white. Gleaming. It looked too clean, like the swamp had scrubbed her soul away. It bobbed next to our canoe, staring up with empty sockets. I screamed. Kaysen dug his paddle in again, but the canoes weren't moving. Not really. Every stroke felt like we were trying to row through molasses. "Paddle," he shouted. "Go now." We all did. Harder, faster, but the river wasn't having it. It was like it had made up its mind. Ned turned without another word. He walked up the dock, disappearing into the trees like the swamp had opened its arms and taken him home. Then the current let go. The river went soft again as if nothing had happened. Our canoes drifted light and easy, free. None of us said a word. We just paddled, hard, fast, like the river might change its mind and reach for us next. We didn't stop, didn't look back. Not even once. Working at the hospital most days has its ups and downs, especially with the budget cuts we've endured these past months. It's getting harder to understand what the administrators expect of us when we're stretched so thin. Honestly, it's a struggle for patients to even see a doctor these days. It's difficult to reconcile that a system meant to care for people so often just guesses. So often it shrugs. What I've learned is this: the only thing that saves a patient anymore is a doctor bending the rules, or one of us nurses actually putting in some work. It started small, these unconventional methods. A burn victim came in, and we had no available rooms, no proper anesthetics, just me and 3 other nurses scrambling for a solution. Then I thought of something. Nearly expired experimental medications for pain relief for chemotherapy, stockpiled for another department. The others hesitated. It was a risk, but it worked. The patient recovered. Slowly they came to see things my way. Now, our unit reports a 5% better recovery rate than the others. But we don't talk about how. Not to patients. Not to doctors, not even to new nurses until they've been broken in properly. Other cases had improvised solutions, but then came the ones that didn't, the ones where we had to decide, fast, who got pushed through and who wouldn't last the wait. After a while, the solutions got creative. The second time, it was a child, leukemia, with the oncology unit backed up for weeks. His mother begged, her voice fraying at the edges. The boy's veins stood out like ropes beneath his papery skin, his breath wet and labored. I'd seen the signs before. He wouldn't survive the delay. So I took one of the spare chemo vials. It was expired technically, but what wasn't these days? I diluted it, half dose. Just enough to stabilize him until real treatment could begin. He seized within minutes. Not the slow, fading kind. Violent, back arched like a bowstring, fingers clawing at the sheets. We pinned him down, shoved a bite guard between his teeth. His mother screamed. The other nurses looked at me like I'd handed him poison. Maybe I had. But by morning his counts improved. The oncologist called it an unexpected remission. The mother cried in relief. Nobody asked questions. It was after the kid that I started paying closer attention to the chemo vials. The drug name was on familiar startup's logo. A snake eating itself. When I asked admin about the stash, they just shrugged. Probably a trial batch. Don't overthink it. The other nurses hesitated after the seizure. Too risky, they said. But the kid lived. And when I checked his charts a week later, his counts were cleaner than any of the oncology unit's regulars. So I took a few vials home. Heavily diluted, obviously. Just enough to test. I told myself it was research. That if I could pinpoint the right dosage, we wouldn't have to gamble next time. The microdosing sharpened me. I worked double shifts without fatigue. My hands never shook. I calculated dosages in my head faster than the pharmacy software. The other nurses whispered about me. How is she always the first to spot the crash? But only Clarissa watched me with real fear. She was the one who clung to protocol, even when it failed. The one who panicked with textbooks, didn't save a coding patient. Then glared when our vials did. When admin announced random drug tests, she actually smiled. Joke's on her. The tests came back clean. Whatever was in those vials, it didn't metabolize like normal chemo. At the right dose, it was invisible. Perfect. That wasn't until the first patient we treated showed up. Their skin had cracked. The old burns had healed wrong, leathery and discolored. No, these were deep, jagged splits, like something inside had grown too large for the flesh to contain. They ran from the clavicle down, precise as surgical incisions, following the spine in unnervingly straight lines. Then the smell hit. Sulfur, like thick and coppery blood left to rot in a rusted can. It clung to the inside of my mask, coating my tongue. One of the nurses gagged. Another. Clarissa's hands started sobbing. I dragged her into the supply closet before she could hyperventilate. Her pupils were blown wide, her breath coming in hitches. "Look at me," I hissed, squeezing her wrist too tight. "You say one word to admin, to a patient, to your priest, and we're all done. You understand? No severance, no references. Don't forget how the job market is like now. You'll create a black mark that'll follow you to every hospital in the state." She nodded, tears cutting clean tracks through her foundation. Good. But later, alone in the staff bathroom, I peeled off my scrubs, pressed my fingers to the base of my own neck, where the skin had started to itch. I gathered the nurses one last time. More patients would come, more cracks, more sulfur, more questions we couldn't answer. The vials had to disappear. Every record, every note gone. I made sure of it. What happened to that man was wrong, yes, maybe even sinful. But what choice did they leave us? We wade through death every day. We kneel beside it, stitch it shut, send it home with a smile and a prescription. If we hesitated every time the rules didn't fit, the morgue would overflow by Tuesday. The meeting ended at midnight. I stayed behind. Security helped me load the expired inventory into the van. $100 silenced their curiosity. Now alone I had to bury it. I stopped for gas. That's when the itch spread. It started at my neck, then slithered down to my elbow, slow and deliberate, like something crawling under my skin. I scratched until my nails caught my dampness, pulled back my sleeve, oozing a wet, glistening split, barely a hair's width, but deep, too deep. I turned my head. The stench hit me like a fist, sulfur and spoiled meat. It was back. I slammed my hands against the steering wheel, once, twice. The pain grounded me. In the rearview mirror, the vials gleamed. I reached back, fingers trembling. and felt the crack widening beneath my collar. I made it home just as the itch became a fire under my skin. Parked crooked in the driveway, brushed past my husband's questions, my daughter's outstretched hand, locked myself in the bathroom. Strip, inspect, fix this. The mirror showed the truth, jagged fissures branching from my neck to my ribs, weeping that same translucent ooze. The smell had already seeped under the door. A knock. "Honey, you okay?" "Fine." My voice didn't sound like mine. "Order the pizza." The shower hissed to life. I scrubbed until my skin burned, but the ooze clung like oil. My daughter's voice floated in, muffled. "Ma, why does it smell like matches in here?" Then the solution, a single 50 ml vial tucked behind the towels. I drank it. The reaction was instant. My bowels turned to water. The cracks hissed, edges fusing like melted plastic. Pain gave way to numb, blissful relief. "Ma, pizza's here." I leaned against the tiles, breathing hard. The vial had worked. For now. I started to grow nervous about how long I would need to take the vials to prevent the cracking. Maybe I could trace the manufacturer, find a generic, something to make it feel less nameless. But every search hit a dead end. No website, no FDA listing, not even internal inventory records. The department that originally asked us to store it couldn't explain where it came from or why. I kept searching. Through pathology reports, procurement records, even my own tampering with the vials, and nothing. Every attempt to dilute the dose, to ration it, only made things worse. The cracks came back faster, deeper. One night they split me open across the abdomen. I barely made it to the bathroom before I vomited on the tile, choking on the stench. You just never get used to it as soon as you catch a whiff. Work didn't get easier. If anything, it became a mirror where I saw pieces of myself in every body that came through. The morgue reeked of sulfur on the bad days. Then, without warning, time began slipping faster. A month ago, I realized the worst of it. I'm running low. My supply, what little I have left, might last 3 months, maybe less, and then I'd just be another corpse on a slab. Pathology have told me that they can't dispose of a body the same day. They make exceptions. Cut it open, drain it dry, bleach everything before the smell sets in. Apparently it works. I can't stop thinking. That's going to be me. They'll bleach me before my husband even gets there. He suspects something. He thinks it's another affair. How could I tell him this? Show him this? I just think about how alone I am now, especially now that I'm the last one left. Everyone else quit, transferred, or disappeared. Clarissa? She didn't make it. I went to her funeral last week. I wasn't welcome. The contempt from the other nurses fouled the air. Before the service even started, I had to leave. The itch had come back worse than ever, like something was clawing its way out every time I took the vial too late. Sometimes I think there's no way out, but then something happened. Last week, the final patient I ever dosed came back. I saw them in the ER, just a flash of a face through the cracked door of Trauma Bay 2. But I knew. Same hollowed eyes, same pallor, same veins that once pulsed wild with fever and fear. They were supposed to be gone. Not dead, just processed, discharged, out of sight, out of the nightmare. But they were back, sitting upright, legs swinging over the edge of the gurney, like they hadn't spent weeks with death curled in their lungs. Their eyes met mine and they smiled. Not grateful, not kind, something else. Something knowing. I couldn't breathe. I turned and walked until my knees hit tile. I didn't cry. I couldn't. I convulsed, bent over the sink in the staff bathroom, gasping like I was the one coding. The smile kept replaying in my head, stretching wider every time, as if they knew what was inside me, as if they'd seen it grow. I didn't go back to the door. I couldn't. By the time I returned the next day, admin had already filled out the paperwork. Leave of absence. Burnout. Perfectly understandable. The last veteran finally cracking under pressure. The others bought it. Why wouldn't they? They'd seen enough of their own breakdowns to know the shape of one. I even nodded along, playing the part. It was easier than the truth. That I'd seen a ghost come back wearing flesh I helped rewrite. So now I'm home, resting, recovering. Just long enough to die in private. I'm not sure what else I can do to stop this. In the heart of the city stands an abandoned bakery. It is a high, sprawling complex of brick and granite, and its great smokestack still stands watch over the loading bays where fleets of gleaming trucks once began their journeys to supermarkets across New England. Now the weeds grow long and tall across the parking lot, and the great ovens sit silent upon the darkened factory floor. Only the former administrative wing shows signs of occasional life, having been refurbished as office space, and rented out to small businesses whose clientele will not be intimidated by the great emptiness next door. Tonight, as the clock strikes 11, only one of these offices remains lit. The rear window, heavily frosted and recently installed, reveals one of the vaguest of shadows to the outside world. Behind it, a stout, graying, and exquisitely dressed gentleman hunches over a massive writing desk that is entirely devoid of electronic devices. The only adornment is a single faded photograph of a dark-haired lady, standing before a trellis that bursts with flowers. The man's mutton chop whiskers give him the appearance of a latter-day Ebenezer Scrooge, and the fabric of his suit appears both expensive and somehow oddly cut. His brow furrows in concentration as his pen flies over sheet after sheet of thick, cream-hued paper, filling each with flowing script that seems to crackle with urgency. The desk drawer at his left elbow stands open, and with his left hand he places each finished page into it even as his right drops the pen, and reaches for a fresh sheet. This is my boss, Mr. Silverglade. He is not available for appointments. I state this latter fact because doing so is a duty of my employment. I have other duties, ensuring a fresh pot of coffee on the burner, keeping the stocks of paper and pens filled to Mr. Silverglade's specifications, occasionally patrolling the immediate perimeter of the office to ensure that all is in order, whatever that may mean. But the core of my mandate is quite clear. Do not make any appointments for Mr. Silverglade. That's right, kid. He'd told me at the interview, as I blinked and tried to decide whether to chuckle. 10 to 2. Every weeknight, and you don't let anyone past you. And you don't make any appointments. Not any. Can you do that? I thought about it as the sun sank low over the crumbling houses across the street. What if someone needs to talk to you? I asked at last. Mr. Silverglade smiled, and it did not reach his eyes. They don't. You know anyone who's just got a jaw with a guy like me in the middle of the night? Nah, kid. They might say they do, but they don't. All you gotta do is send them away so I can focus on my work. And how are you gonna do that? Say it for me, kid. I cleared my throat. Mr. Silverglade is not available for appointments. Mr. Silverglade clapped me on the shoulder, and his smile seemed more genuine now. You'll do fine, kid. Welcome aboard. Now, tonight, I sit at my desk in the outer office and consider whether I truly need another cup of coffee. On my desk sits a half-finished project for one of my architectural classes. If nothing else, the job affords me ample leisure to focus on my schoolwork. Behind me, the door to Mr. Silverglade's office is shut as always. Warm golden light spills through the frosted window, and beyond I see only the vague shadow of my employer bent over his desk. The door to the outside swings open. This is both unexpected and largely unprecedented. I have by now been in Mr. Silverglade's employment for almost 3 weeks, and our association has settled into a predictable routine. I arrive shortly before 10, put on a pot of coffee, and greet Mr. Silverglade as he bustles in and closes his office door gently behind him. 4 hours later, he emerges and hands me a crisp stack of bills as he bids me good night. In the interim, I am free to pursue whatever avenues of inquiry suggest themselves, so long as the coffee remains hot and the stationery stacked high. Our cozy arrangement has been interrupted only twice. Once by a gentleman in a sleeveless shirt who wishes to ascertain whether this is Nasty Boy's joint, and a second time by a dark-haired beauty whom I recognize immediately from the photograph on Mr. Silverglade's desk. She offers a cheery wave and deposits on my desk a large plate covered in foil. "Nathan, isn't it? So nice to meet you. I just swung by to drop this off, to welcome you to the firm, so to speak." She dimples when she smiles. I smile back. It is good to see a friendly face and to meet the elusive Mrs. Silverglade in person. She has changed little from her photo, and while younger than her husband, exudes something of the same Victorian spirit. I carefully peel back the foil to reveal a bountiful pile of home-baked muffins dotted with chocolate chips and strawberries. "From our house to yours," says Mrs. Silverglade. No, don't get up. I know how he gets about interruptions. I just wanted to say welcome aboard and... She trails off. "Ma'am?" I say at last. "And just be careful," she says. "Be strict. If you ever need to talk." She shrugs. "I'll stop by once in a while. I know you'll do great." And she is gone into the night. I am still thinking about her words when I realize I have finished the muffins and am hungry for more. The perils of the night shift, I suppose. Other than those brief interludes, we have entertained no visitors. As Mr. Silverglade himself said, why would we? Tonight, though, the door opens, and a man comes in from the dark. He is tall, thin, gangly. So tall, in fact, and he has to bend his head slightly as he passes through the doorframe. He is clad in an olive-drab greatcoat and a battered-down hat, which he removes politely as he enters. His face somehow brings to mind both a scheming Roman senator and a plow horse well past its prime. He smiles at me with his mouth. "Mr. Silverglade?" he says, pointing toward the inner office, and makes as if to step past me. I am still trying to adjust to this sudden break in my routine, but I do have the presence of mind to hold up a finger. Your name, sir." He stops, shakes his head as if in self-admonition. "Of course, I am Deacon Keyhole. I serve as Mr. Silverglade's church in a pastoral, or perhaps an administrative capacity. There is, I regret to say, a problem with the lights, if I may." He gestures to the inner office. To say that these remarks throw me off balance would be putting it mildly. Deacon Keyhole's watery blue eyes are fixed on mine, and they belie his friendly smile. I look away, busy myself with the papers on my desk. "I am very sorry, sir," I say to one of them. "Mr. Silverglade is not available for appointments." Deacon Keyhole does not answer, and when the silence stretches too long and I look up, the office is empty. I am seized with alarm. The outer door remains closed. Deacon Keyhole must have taken advantage of my preoccupation to sneak past me into Mr. Silverglade's office. My employer will doubtless be displeased, and I will lose a job which has provided me with both quiet study time and growing bank balance. I lurch from my chair and rip open the inner door to Mr. Silverglade's sanctum, a hasty apology already forming on my lips. Mr. Silverglade is at his desk, writing undisturbed. He looks up with mild concern. "Everything all right, kid?" I blink, staring at each corner of the room in turn. Deacon Keyhole." Mr. Silverglade relaxes and nods, as if in perfect understanding. "You did great, kid. It's like I said. No one needs to be in here." I look back into the outer office, expecting to surprise Deacon Keyhole hiding behind a flower pot or a filing cabinet. But he's still... Where'd he go? And I tell Mr. Silverglade, albeit with much stammering and head-scratching, about the visitor. Mr. Silverglade looks me straight in the eye, man to man. "He's gone, kid. You don't need to worry about him. He won't be back." He sighs and picks up his pen. "Just be ready for the next one." I pause, with my hand on the door handle. Does he really go to your church?" "That guy and church don't mix," says Mr. Silverglade. "Keep up the good work, kid." And he bends over his writing paper. I am left with several questions. I do not, for the time being, trouble Mr. Silverglade with them when he emerges from his office and hands me my nightly packet. For instance, I do not ask why he employs me to turn away visitors instead of simply locking the door to keep them out. Perhaps I do not truly want to know the answer. And I am, of course, back at my station the following night. I do not pretend to understand all the dynamics at play, but I do not need to. My part is simple: make coffee, refuse appointments. At the rates Mr. Silverglade is paying, I can do this with pleasure. Nothing happens that night, or the next. I do take Mr. Silverglade's admonition to patrol the perimeter somewhat more seriously. And at least once an hour, I step forth into the dark and pace the cracked sidewalk in front of the office. But the tranquility of the night is unbroken. There is no sound but my footsteps and the wind through the tall grasses. On Friday, Mr. Silverglade calls me into his office. He takes a sheaf of finished papers from his desk drawer and begins to place them into a large manila envelope. "Something a bit different tonight, kid," he says, then curses as one of the sheets goes astray and flutters to the desk in front of me. I pick it up and hold it out to him, making an active effort to avoid reading what is written upon it. To do so would seem a violation of Mr. Silverglade's privacy, at a minimum. However, my eye cannot help but catch a fragment or two as he thanks me and returns it to the stack. "Legionnaire's daughter and the Duchess are especially dangerous. Guardian can be neutralized only by used to open directly to the orangery, but on my most recent visit." Mr. Silverglade seals the envelope and slides it across the desk to me. "You're gonna take this to a guy named Saul. Good guy. Friend of mine. Don't give it to anyone else. Here's the address." He scribbles a few lines on an index card. "You shouldn't be bothered, but if you are, meet me here." He scribbles on another card and passes it to me along with my night's salary. The stack of bills seems slightly thicker than usual. "You can head home when it's done. See you Monday. And keep those cards. We do this every week from here on out." I stand and put the cards in my wallet. "Yes, sir. How will I know Saul?" "He's gonna ask you if you like steak. You're gonna say, 'Only if it's cooked right.'" He grabs his coat and hat from the coat rack. "Don't write that one down. It's gonna change every time." I think of asking why it will be necessary to use a passphrase once I know what Saul looks like. Instead, I nod and ask, "Leaving early tonight, sir?" He shrugs. "You'll be gone. Someone might come in." I follow him out into the night, and though the breeze is warm, I feel a chill. The delivery goes without incident. Saul, a quiet man with a firm handshake, meets me in an empty function room beneath a busy downtown hotel. He asks after my health and slips the envelope into a secure briefcase, and within 15 minutes, I am safely home. On Monday, the fire alarm goes off. It is just before midnight. I have settled in with my schoolwork and a large coffee, iced indifference to the late spring heat. Suddenly there are footsteps pounding down the stairs from the upper level, a sharp and jarring smell of smoke, and the wail of a klaxon piercing the air as a fully clad firefighter emerges into the office. He is a middle-aged man, red-faced and winded, with a long dark mustache and an air of brisk competence, frayed by great pressure. His eyes bulge when he sees me. "Buddy, you can't. Is there anyone else still in here?" He clicks his shoulder radio, speaks into it. "Control, Suite 7 is not clear. I repeat, not clear. I need additional hoses over here now." His alarm is infectious. I glance over at the door to Mr. Silverglade's office, but it is as ever. A vague shadow bent over a desk. I rise from my chair and the firefighter is there, standing at my shoulder, urging me toward the door. "This place is going up, buddy," he shouts over the alarm. "Get out there and get across the street. You ain't got much time. Sprinklers ain't even working right. Go, go." I gulp, look around the office. My boss. The firefighter glares at Mr. Silverglade's office, shakes his head. "You gotta be... he deaf or something?" Something tickles at the back of my mind. "I'll get him," I shout. "You go on. We're right behind you." He shakes his head. "No time, buddy. You gotta go now. He in there?" He points at Mr. Silverglade's office, steps away from me and toward the inner door, but he does not open it. I stand there in the smell of smoke, with the alarm klaxon drilling into my brain, and I try to think. I take a deep breath and look the firefighter straight in the eyes. "Mr. Silverglade," I say, "is not available for appointments." The alarm stops, the air is clear of smoke, and a smile begins to spread across the firefighter's face. He places both of his rubber-gloved hands on my desk and leans in close. "Do you want to see?" he asks. "What my eyes really look like?" I do not, and before I know it, I have stumbled away from him and out the front door. In the parking lot, all is quiet. There are no alarms, no smoke, and no fire trucks. Of course. Why would there be? My battered Dodge Charger awaits nearby. I fumble in my pocket for the keys, still staggering backwards, expecting the firefighter to emerge any moment, to emerge and show me his eyes, but he does not. No one does. And as my hand finds the keys, I realize Mr. Silverglade is still in his office, with the firefighter. I stop, breathing hard, and I force my body to walk back to the office. The door hangs open. I grip the frame hard with both hands and peer inside. The outer office is empty, and Mr. Silverglade's door is still shut. Through the frosted window, his shadow writes on. I collapse into my desk chair and begin to shake. I do not know how long I would have remained that way if I left it to myself. And in any case, I am eventually roused by a soft voice at the door. "Nathan? Nathan!" Mrs. Silverglade enters, another foil-covered plate in her hands, and hastens over to my desk. She sets the plate aside in a single practiced motion and takes my hands in hers. "Oh no, poor Nathan. Was it bad?" I am still breathing hard, but her presence is calming. I tell her, as best I can, about the firefighter. I don't. Who are these people, ma'am? And what do they want with your husband? Her eyes and voice are hard. I don't know. Not exactly. But I know that for 2 pins, I'd march in there and tell him exactly what I think of him putting a young man like you in a position like this. Better save it for breakfast, I suppose. She stands. If you want to quit, Nathan, no one could ever blame you. I'll see to it that you get some money to send you on your way. Just say the word. But I stand and I meet her eyes. No, ma'am. Mr. Silverglade's been good to me, and it's the right job. I won't let them chase me off. She presses her lips together. Very well. I think I'd better start coming by every night, just to check. She stops at the door and turns. Be well, Nathan, and remember, you don't have to do this. Yes, ma'am, I say, but she is already gone. The next evening, there is a detour. A water main has burst, it seems, beneath one of the city's busiest streets. Traffic is routed several blocks to the west, and I decide to walk. I park the Charger in front of the neon-lit Mexican restaurant, and a man steps out from beneath the awning. Nathan? He says. Nathan... I spin around. The man is tall, thin, well-dressed. He holds both hands up in a gesture of peace. In one of them is a leather billfold with an ID inside. He offers this to me with a smile. I'm glad I caught you. I was gonna come to your apartment, but this is better. Name's Phil. I'm a private eye. I glanced at the ID. It is indeed a private investigator's license, with Phil's full name and photograph. I nod and it disappears into his pocket. Let's take a walk, he says. I carry on toward the bakery, and Phil makes no objection. I'll be brief, he says. I know you gotta work. Let's start with what we both know. He holds up a hand and starts ticking off fingers as he speaks. You're a private secretary to a guy named Silverglade. Been in the job about a month. Every night he writes, and last week he had you take what he's written and deliver it to someone. He clears his throat. Now this part we ain't too sure about, but we think the contact is Saul, and we think you don't know exactly what it is you've been turning over to him. No comment, I say. Do I need to call my lawyer or something? Phil chuckles. I ain't the police, son. I got a boss, just like you. Difference is, my boss didn't tell me to do a bunch of stuff that's gonna get me in trouble. I shake my head. Trouble? You mean Mr. Silverglade's in the mafia or something? I don't buy it. I glare at Phil, and he's not available for appointments either. Phil holds up both hands. I ain't asking for an appointment, son. I know how he is about that, and I know telling you to get me in there ain't gonna buy me much. He sighs. No, he ain't mafia. We actually think this guy Saul is working for the Chinese Communist Party, and that Silverglade's selling stuff to him. Stuff that belongs to my employer. I shrugged. So, call the police? Or the FBI? Or... Phil cuts me off. You seen anything weird, son? At Silverglade's, I mean? I press my lips together and walk faster. The bakery is 3 blocks away. Sure you have. I see it in your face. He matches my speed. His face hard and focused. You ever wonder where Silverglade works during the day? Well, I'm not gonna name names, but you'd know the place. A lot of the things they work on, a communist spy would pay plenty for. And one of them is a gas to give enemy soldiers violent hallucinations. You feel me, son? And I do. I do not want to, but I do. Phil sees this in my face, too. That's right. Just the thing to confuse the bad guys before we attack, or convince an innocent kid to trust a thief. He glances around. We're almost there now. and I can't be seen, but I want you to take this. He shoves something into my pocket, a business card. I see briefly before it disappears. When you make your delivery on Friday, you call me. I'll have a team ready. We'll steam that envelope open, real careful, and we'll copy what's inside. If I'm wrong, no harm, no foul. If I'm right, we're gonna find you just exactly what the boys in Beijing have been paying Mr. Silverglade for. He stops and holds up a finger. We are close to the bakery now. It is clear he will come no further. Why do you do it? 2 reasons, son. First, we'll pay you for your trouble, but I don't think that's what matters to you. What matters to you is doing the right thing. Your boss tried to make you a patsy so he could sell military secrets to communists. You okay with that? No, you aren't. So you're gonna do the right thing. Your boss goes away. My employers are happy. Our soldiers are safe. He taps me on the chest. Friday, you hang on to that card. You call me. He turns and is gone into the gathering dusk. Friday arrives and I'm not ready. A powerful thunderstorm grips the city, and I awake with a pounding headache that dogs me throughout the afternoon. Even migraine pills and strong black coffee only dull the discomfort. I arrive at the bakery, bleary-eyed and unsure of myself. Mr. Silverglade, for his part, seems troubled as well. As he walks through the door, lightning cracks overhead, and he whirls with his silver-tipped cane gripped tightly in both hands. The thunder rolls away, and he sighs and relaxes. The smile he gives me as he makes his way to the inner office seems more forced than usual. I pray, as I fumble with the coffee pot, that Mrs. Silverglade will appear, that I will find a way to confide in her and seek her advice without directly accusing her husband of being a traitor to the Republic. But she does not, and soon enough Mr. Silverglade's door opens and he calls me in. "Delivery day, kid," he says, stuffing papers into a new manila envelope and sealing it tight. "Just as well, really. Looks like you're not feeling it today, and I don't blame you. Go home after this and get some sleep." He hands me the envelope and my salary, but does not go to the rack for his hat and coat. "Saul's gonna ask if you played baseball last week. You're gonna tell him yeah, but the game got rained out. Good luck, kid." I nod, still unsure. "Yes, sir. Are you coming?" Despite my misgivings, the thought of him alone in the office fills me with disquiet. He shakes his head. "Not just yet. Something I gotta take care of first." He gives me the best grin he can, and I appreciate the effort. "Don't worry about me, kid. I've been doing this a long time. Someone shows up, I'll send him home myself." I smile back and wonder if this can all truly be a cynical ploy by a thief who has subjected me to military-grade hallucinogens. I wonder, and in response, I ask myself for the 100th time, what is the alternative? And I still do not know. I drive halfway to the hotel, then pull the Charger over to the side of the road and park. I put my head on the steering wheel and breathe. Eventually, I take Phil's business card out of my pocket and I call the number. Less than 10 minutes later, a dark gray work van screeches to a stop in front of me. On its side are emblazoned the name of a dry cleaning company, and a picture of a cheerful rooster holding up a pair of bloomers. The rear doors burst open, and Phil gestures furiously from within. I emerge from the Charger, envelope in hand, and climb into the back of the van. The door slams shut behind me. 3 other operators are here as well, all sharply dressed, all bending over screens or other specialized equipment. One pushes a metal cart carrying a small copier into position, and Phil takes the envelope from my hand and places it flat on the top. He nods at me. "Thanks for calling, son. I know it wasn't easy, but you're doing the right thing." As he talks, he runs a small pen-like device over the seal of the envelope. Steam issues forth, and in short order Phil is opening the flap and drawing out Mr. Silverglade's carefully written sheets. Phil rifles through them, whistles in satisfaction. "Oh yeah, this is the stuff all right, son. You did real good." It is dim in the van, and Phil is moving the papers around as he speaks, but I try as best I can to catch a glimpse of what is written upon them. If the pages are truly full of military secrets, I wish to see this with my own eyes, and thus convince myself that I have done right. As before, though, I can only see fragments. Crystal-capped skyscraper just north of the former city center. There are always beauties in the lighthouse. There are always shadows in the corners. Underwater facility, former Imperial Skyway, sunken Mechtonomoth. I can make no sense of it, and despite my best efforts, I am not comforted. Phil perceives this, perhaps, for he claps me on the shoulder as his compatriot runs the sheets through the copier and returns them to the envelope. "It's all right, son," he says. "It's all right. The hard part is over. Here." He takes from his pocket a fat roll of bills. Press them into my hand. "For your trouble. That's as much as Silverglade would have paid you in 6 months, and you can keep what he gave you." The other operator has finished resealing the envelope, and Phil takes it from him and returns it to me. "Hold up 1 second, he says, and makes a call on his smartphone. "Special Agent, it's Phil. We got it all. I mean the full deck. The boys are transmitting now. Yeah, I'll ask him. Okay." He looks at me. "Is Silverglade still at his office?" I gulp. "I think so. He said he was staying. I don't know how long, though." Phil nods crisply. "Think you can keep him there for another 30 minutes? The special agent is talking to the judge now. As soon as he's got the warrant in hand, they're moving in." He sighs and looks off into the distance. "I'm afraid your boss is going away for a long time, son. This stuff?" He shakes his head, looks at his watch. "It goes down at midnight. If you can hold him there. Tell him there was a problem with the pickup. Tell him, I grip the envelope tighter and try to stand straight. "I'll tell him Saul didn't say the passphrase." Phil clasps my shoulder again. "Good, that's good, son. Thank you. For everything." He opens the van doors. "Get going. I'll see you after." I run back to the charger, start the engine, peel out onto the street. It's 10 minutes back to the bakery. I flip a quick U-turn across the center line, ignore the outraged honking, watch from the corner of my eye as the gray van tears away from the curb. The Charger's engine roars as I accelerate through the sporadic late-night traffic. I glance at the clock on the dashboard. It's 11:35. If I can get to Mr. Silverglade in time, if I can keep him there for midnight, for the appointment at midnight, my stomach drops. I slam on the brakes, coming to a complete stop in the middle of the still busy thoroughfare. A car whips around the Charger, roars past with the blast of a horn, and as I sit, the full horror settles over me. I realize, at long last, and surely very belatedly, what I have done. I have made an appointment for Mr. Silverglade. One that now takes place in less than 23 minutes. My hands shake, and I will them to stop. There is still time. I can still fix this. I must fix this. I say out loud, and I know it's true. I put the hammer down and the Charger leaps forward into the driving rain. I scrape and bounce into the bakery's parking lot, a bare 5 minutes later, screech to a halt just outside the office, and launch myself from the car. As I scramble into the outer office, I am already shouting, "Mr. Silverglade? Mr. Silverglade! I am so sorry. I made a mistake. You have to..." And I stop short as Mrs. Silverglade stares at me nonplussed from the visitor's chair. On my desk in front of her sits a plate of muffins. She stands, her beautiful face creased with concern. Nathan, whatever's the matter? You look like... I wave my arms at her like a crazy person. I made an appointment, I shout. I didn't mean... It doesn't matter. We have to warn him. I glance back at the outer door, expecting to see a SWAT team crashing through at any moment. But for now, there is only rain. She breathes in through her nose and out through her mouth. Okay, it's going to be okay, Nathan. We'll do it together. She glances at the inner door. I'll go first, all right? He might take it better coming from me. This is my screw-up and I should take the heat, but I am grateful for the support. Okay, I say. Thank you. It's my pleasure, Nathan, she says. She turns, grasps the knob for the inner door, flings it open. She strides through and I am close behind. To ye elephant, she shouts as she crosses the threshold. Keeper of... Oh. She stops and I stop behind her, for Mr. Silverglade is not at his desk. In his place sits the upper half of a department store mannequin, clad in a fraying top hat which superficially resembles Mr. Silverglade's. The photo of Mrs. Silverglade is gone from the desk, and in its place sits a single sheet of cream-colored paper covered in large block letters. You're bothered, it says. The paper is turned so as to be easily readable by someone walking in the door as we just have. Mrs. Silverglade regards the scene, and she hisses. She marches over and crumples the paper viciously in one hand, and the room is filled with a sudden bang, bang, bang as the rear door to the street, locked and bolted as it always is, judders in its frame against a series of brutal impacts. With a final massive blow, the lock bursts from its moorings, and as the door swings open, Phil charges through the gap. His suit is immaculate as ever, and his eyes are blazing. So ye Oliphant, he roars, keeper of the tunnels, I offer this... He stops, stares, takes in the tableau. His eyes fix on Mrs. Silverglade, and in them I see only hate. You, he spits. Mrs. Silverglade steps to the side, as if to keep both Phil and me in her field of vision, and her lips curl. You, she says, and her voice drips with contempt. Her resemblance to the kind woman who brought me muffins is growing slighter by the minute. I should have known. Do you really think... Never mind. She shakes her head, smiles a poisonous smile. Here we stand, she tells Phil, and here it begins. We are heard. She raises her hand, points at the east wall. A doorway has appeared where none was before, a battered wooden frame, yawning open to reveal a dark, cramped space filled with dusty crates. It should not be there. Behind that wall, I know, are the offices of the variegated travel agency. Painted in bright, appealing colors and festooned with pictures of sailboats. What I look upon now is something else entirely. So we are, says Phil. He drops into a fighting stance. Let's get you two acquainted. Age before beauty, the former Mrs. Silverglade replies. Her hand darts into her coat pocket. There is undoubtedly more, but I do not hear it. I have, I think, at long last, and surely very belatedly, understood enough of the situation to plan and execute my next move. It is, in brief, to step quietly back out of Mr. Silverglade's office and make my way to the front entrance. As I pass through the doors to the parking lot where the charger awaits, the lights in the front office begin to flicker and dim. I close the doors behind me, and moments later I am roaring out of the parking lot. In my hand is the second index card that Mr. Silverglade gave me, the one that tells me where to go when I'm bothered. 30 minutes later, I'm sitting at a secluded booth in one of the finest steakhouses in the city. Across from me, Mr. Silverglade sips from his wine glass and then raises it in greeting as the Maynard once again approaches us. "Reginald," Mr. Silverglade says. "Thanks again. I'm sorry to put you to the trouble." Maynard Reginald bows and smiles slightly. "It is no trouble at all, Mr. Silverglade. Of course you must both stay with us tonight. Charles is making up the west and south rooms as we speak. In the meantime, I do hope you enjoy your meal." He bows again and takes his leave. Mr. Silverglade squints at me. "You haven't eaten much, kid. You feeling all right?" He sighs. "I mean, I know it's been a day, but you're safe here. And tomorrow you can go back home. Really." I take a bite of steak to be polite. "It truly is excellent, and I am sorry I cannot enjoy it more." I try to decide how to best formulate the question that has been weighing on me. "Am I fired, sir?" For a moment, Mr. Silverglade just goggles at me. Then he throws his head back and laughs. "Fired? Is that what's eating you?" He puts his glass aside and leans forward. "You know the worst part of this gig, kid? It's trying to balance what I can tell people to keep them safe, and what's going to make them write me off as a nut. Because if they write me off, they don't take it serious, and someone gets hurt." He makes a brushing gesture. "You and me, we're past all that. You've seen behind the curtain, and you get it. And you care. The job's yours, kid. To start with, if you still want it." "I do, sir." I think for a moment. "Your wife was never really there, was she?" He shakes his head. "My wife died 15 years ago, kid. I still miss her every day." He looks down for a moment, then brightens. "Listen, enough of that. Tomorrow we find a new office, and I tell you the score. All of it. And you decide how much you want to help." He beams and cuts into his steak. "Personally, I'm guessing it's going to suit you right down to the ground." And do you know what, dear reader? He is entirely right. This is perhaps a good time to wrap this tale up. I am about to head out on a very special assignment for Mr. Silverglade, and I do not yet know exactly when I will return. In the meantime, I want to thank you for allowing me to get all of this off my chest. It has been immensely helpful, and I want to close by recommending that you too find a trusted friend to whom you can unburden yourself. Give that person a call and set a time to meet, and talk through whatever is ailing you. Your call should not, however, be to Mr. Silverglade. He is not available for appointments. It started with a post-it, bright yellow, stuck to the inside of the fridge. I found it when I came home from work. It said, "You forgot the milk." I thought maybe I wrote it and forgot. It had been a rough week. Late nights, deadlines, not much sleep. It happens. But the next night I found another note. "Please don't lock the hatch. It gets cold up here." I live in a one-bedroom house. No roommates, no tenants. No reason anyone should be using the attic. I checked the hatch in the hallway ceiling. Locked, just like I left it. I even climbed up there with a flashlight. It was empty, but when I came back down, there was a new note on my coffee table. "Thank you." I called the police. They searched the house, said there were no signs of forced entry, no hidden cameras, nothing out of place. They left. I didn't sleep. Around 3 a.m. I heard something thump above me, a slow dragging sound, like someone shifting their weight in the attic's crawl space. I stood in the hallway, staring up at the hatch, holding a knife in one hand and my breath in the other. Nothing happened. In the morning I found a note stuck to my bathroom mirror. "I like watching you sleep." The handwriting was different this time, sharper like it had been carved into the paper. I stayed in a motel that night. When I came back the next day, the house was just how I left it. Quiet, empty, until I opened the bedroom closet. There was a new note hanging on a coat hanger. Why did you leave? I'm sleeping with the lights on now. Every drawer and cabinet stays open. I check every corner, every shadow. I haven't gone back into the attic. I won't. But I can hear him up there, dragging something heavy, laughing when I cry. Tonight I found the worst note yet, folded under my pillow. I've been trying on your skin. It fits. I didn't sleep that night. I burned the note, scrubbed the pillow, left every light in the house on and kept the knife beside me in bed. But it didn't matter. At 3:09 a.m. I heard it again, the creak of the attic hatch. This time it opened. I didn't go check. I couldn't move. I just stared at the ceiling, heart pounding, barely breathing, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. Not until the next morning, when I found footprints on the hallway floor. Bare feet, trailing from the attic hatch to the side of my bed, and back again. The dust made them clear. Each one pointed forward except for one, the one beside me. It was turned sideways like he'd been standing there watching, waiting. I left the house and went straight to the police again. They searched everything again, said there were no signs of entry, no signs of anyone. But I know better. He doesn't need a door. He's already inside. That night, I stayed in a hotel 3 towns over, a place with bolt locks and security cameras and zero attic access. When I woke up, I found a note on my nightstand, folded neatly. Running is rude. You invited me, remember? I didn't. At least, I don't think I did, but something in me feels I might have. Like there's a blank space in my memory shaped like him. The next few days I stayed with friends, told them my place was being fumigated. I didn't want to drag them into this, whatever this is. But it didn't stop. New notes kept showing up, one tucked into my jacket pocket. Your friends smell like plastic. One under my plate at dinner. You chew wrong. And then one scrawled across my rear view mirror in grease. I'm going to be better at being you than you ever were. I don't think he wants to haunt me anymore. I think he wants to replace me. I went back to the house today. I had to see it again. I don't know why. Maybe to prove to myself I still existed there. That it's still mine. The lights were already on when I arrived. The attic hatch was open. I crept into the hallway. Every photo on the wall had been replaced. My face was still in them. But my eyes were wrong. Too big, too dark, smiling when I wasn't. I ran to the bedroom. There was something waiting for me in the mirror. Me, but not quite. His face was mine, but his skin was smoother, cleaner, a little too tight, and he smiled like someone who didn't learn it from people. He waved, then turned away and walked toward the bed. I looked behind me. No one was there. When I looked back at the mirror, he was lying down, in my bed, wearing my body, and that night, for the first time, I was the one in the attic. He let me keep the light on. For now. I don't know how long I've been in the attic. Time doesn't work the same up here. It drips. It hums. It folds under the corners like wet cloth. Sometimes I see flashes through the vent, the reflection of a spoon, a glimpse in the TV screen, him walking around in my body, cooking, laughing, stretching my skin like it finally fits right. He doesn't talk much anymore. He doesn't need to. Everyone thinks he's me. He's going to work, calls my friends, sleeps in my bed, smiles when people ask if he's feeling better, He's better than me now. More patient, more likable, more alive. But he made a mistake. A small one. A stupid one. He forgot about the mirror in the basement. The old one. The one with the crack in the top right corner. The one I used to check before job interviews. Before dates. The one that only ever showed the truth. I saw it yesterday. He walked past it and didn't look. But I did. From the attic, and I saw myself still there. Still whole. Still me. And I remembered something. He didn't take me. I gave myself to him. I remember the night now, the scratching in the attic, the voice that came after the third drink, the whisper that said, "You don't have to be tired anymore." And I wasn't. Not after I let him in. He promised he'd take the hard part, the pretending, the smiling, the weight of being me. And he did, but now I think he's tired too. Because last night there was a new note in the attic, scrawled in jagged, desperate ink across the wood above me. I can't do it anymore. You win. And just like that, I woke up in the bed. The lights were off, the hatch was closed. My hands felt smaller than I remembered. My skin fit again, but something felt wrong. I turned to the mirror and smiled. It was still his smile. Date, Friday. Time, night. I don't remember anything before moving to this apartment building. Really, I'm serious. I genuinely could not even tell you how long I've lived here. I couldn't even tell you what the name of the building is. I don't remember signing a lease, touring the place, nothing. I mean, this is really a mess, huh? What's wrong with me? Gotta be mold or some gas. It could be gas. I have been occasionally smelling this weird metallic smell, like an old middle school drinking fountain. Anyway, I've been having some serious memory issues lately. Basic information, names, etc. Entire days missing. That's why I'm starting this log, so I can look back and read what happened if I lose any more time. I'm gonna try calling a doctor first thing on Monday morning. Just a few more days, I think. I'm actually not sure what day it is. Wait, it's Friday. I know it's Friday because yesterday I talked to what's-his-name, the hallway guy. That was yesterday, which makes today Friday. Date, Saturday. Time, morning. I tried to go for a walk outside today to clear my head. Only problem is I can't find the stairs. I know it sounds so stupid. It is stupid. How can I not know where the stairs are in my own apartment building? This is getting ridiculous. I need to call a doctor now. Screw waiting until Monday. This is like an emergency. Time for action. Date, Saturday. Time. Called the doctor. No answer. The phone just kept ringing. I got pissed and threw the phone. I think it might be broken now. I can't handle this. I need to go for a walk outside right now. Fresh air. Fresh, without that gross tinny smell. The whole floor reeks of it. No excuses. I'm going to keep doing laps around the entire floor until I see the stairs. Date? Saturday? Time. Where are the stairs? I think I'm losing my mind. I must be losing my mind. I almost screamed when I came around the corner after the ice machines and saw the elevator. I had forgotten all about it. Problem is, you need a key for it. I can't catch a break. What is this? What kind of apartment building has an elevator that you can't use without a key and doesn't give you the key? I need to get to the bottom of this. Date? Thursday. Time? Midday. I talked to the guy in the hallway again. I guess that means it's Thursday. I asked him if he's ever used the elevator. He said he hasn't. Didn't even notice we had an elevator. I told him I didn't either. I asked him if he knew where the stairs were. He said he didn't. He did mention the smell, though. He doesn't know where it's coming from. I can't just sit here. I need to get out and move around. If I can't leave this floor, then I'll become the master of this floor. I'm gonna map it out. Date, Thursday. Time, night. I don't know what happened. I tried to map the place out. I got a pen and paper and an ashtray as a clipboard. Put the wall to my right side shoulder and just went forward until I hit a corner. Then turned and repeated. The problem is, how can I put this? It's like, this place doesn't have a shape. I mean, it does, obviously. Everything has a shape, but it isn't. I turned left at the corner, and then later I turned right at the exact same corner. I wasn't turned around. I checked the paper. I was going in the exact same direction I was going last time, at the same pace, and the same distance. Instead of turning back in towards the rest of the apartment building, it turned out. It opened up to more of the apartment building, but it wasn't there before. I mean, maybe it was. I guess. I need to take a nap. My head hurts. Date. Time, midday. I slept for a really long time. At least, I think I did. I'm now realizing that there isn't a clock in here. Anyway, I feel like I just woke up from hibernation. So I guess that's a good thing. All that BS yesterday really messed with my head. What was it? A map? What did I do with that map? I'm gonna go looking for it. Date? Time? I don't know what happened to the map. I don't even really know how it got lost. Considering how empty this apartment is, I have bare minimum furniture and not much in the way of personal possessions, so there isn't really even anywhere for something to get lost. Oh well, best to not worry about it. Missing things only ever seem to turn up right after you stop looking for them. I'm gonna go for a walk. Date? Time? I walked around the floor again. I saw the elevator, which is weird because I'm pretty sure I took a different route today than I did yesterday. Plus, I didn't see the ice machines. They were at the corner right before the elevator. Not today. My heart is starting to flutter. I'm way too young to be dealing with this kind of stress. My mind is falling apart and I need help. I need to get out of here. I need to find that map. Date, Thursday. Time, night. I found it. I found the map, finally. I must have been really loud when I yelled in excitement, because the guy from the hallway knocked on my door. It was super strange. I mean, I guess it wasn't that strange. I was being loud after all. I opened the door and apologized for the noise, but he didn't really seem to care about that. To be honest, I'm not really sure what he even knocked on my door for in the first place. I guess he just wanted to talk about... What the hell did we even talk about? It was weird to see him here. I mean, at my door. I feel like I've only ever seen him in the hallway by the left side corner. Date? Time? Night. I went for another walk with the map and pen, trying to get a lay of the land. It doesn't make sense. It makes less sense. The more I explore and map it out, it somehow gets even more confusing. It doesn't help that my brain isn't working at full efficiency. At this point, I'm determined that there's only two possibilities. Possibility 1, my mind has been poisoned beyond all reasoning by some sort of hyper-aggressive mold or chemical agent. I'm screwed and will 100% die soon. Possibility 2, there's a secret room hidden somewhere on this floor. That must be it. Wait, yes. It actually makes so much sense. One of these walls is a false wall. It's hollow behind it. I know it. I'm willing to bet that whatever's in there is probably what's causing my head to feel this way. Probably some animal that crawled into a vent and died or something, leaving toxic fumes into every apartment on the whole floor. How come the owners didn't send a maintenance dude to come deal with this? There's no way I'm the only one on this floor who's experiencing these symptoms. First thing tomorrow morning, I'm going to find that room. Date, time. I knew it. I knew it. I found the hidden room. I took the map and went to each spot one by one. That could have possibly contained another room. Knocked on the walls trying to hear the hollowness on the other side. Some of my neighbors opened their doors and leaned out to look at me. They weren't mad or anything. Just curious, I guess. Anyway, the room. I started at the elevator, took 2 rights, a left, and then 1 more right, back at the ice machines. Started knocking. Heard that unmistakable echo on the other side of the wall. Hollow. For whatever reason, I decided to try and look directly behind the ice machines. They were pressed up right against the wall, so I couldn't see anything back there. I don't know why I did, but I grabbed one of the machines and started pulling it. It was heavy as hell, but thankfully I'm pretty thin. So I only needed to move it a little bit to create an opening wide enough to squeeze through. It looked dark inside. I really wanted to go back to my apartment and grab something to use as a light source in case the lights don't work in there. But I'm not sure if I'd be able to find my way back. Anyway, long story short, it's a file room, or a data room, or something like that. There's a row of file cabinets in the back, a round table in the center with 4 desktops arranged in a circle around it, with monitors and mechanical keyboards. I immediately went to turn on one of the computers. It was functional, but totally empty. Not a single app or file on this hard drive. It's a dud. I checked the other 3. They're the same. These have either never been used before, or they were recently wiped. I tried to read the files, but it was way too dark in there, and the lights didn't work. I thought about reading them in the hallway, but then I got hit with a random sense of fear that I would get caught by someone and get in trouble for entering a forbidden area and reading files. I can't afford to get evicted, or worst case, arrested. I need to do this in private. Plus, the metallic smell is worse in this room. I grabbed as many files as I could fit under my shirt without causing too much of a noticeable file-shaped bulge. Moved the ice machine back into place, and I speed-walked back to my apartment. I have no idea how, but I somehow managed to make it back without getting too lost. Date. Time. I read the files. I mean, not all of them yet, but I made it through a folder and a half, in a few hours or so. Not too shabby. It's people. The files are like, just people. I mean, names, dates of birth, dates of death. It's files and files of random people. Why? It's not just names and numbers either. It's whole essays. Like, this one goes into pretty excruciating detail over how this one guy would beat his wife up. It's like I'm reading a textbook or something. It's all so matter of fact. What's the point of it? Here's another one. This one is just a sweet old lady. But it's everything. From the day she was born through to the day she died. Every major life moment and relationship she ever had. Who the hell is this old lady? Who are these people? They aren't famous or anything. I'm pretty sure they're just normal people. Why would anyone need this information? I'm gonna call it a night on these files and get back at it tomorrow. First thing in the morning. I won't stop until I start to piece this whole thing together. Date, Thursday. Time, morning. Went for a walk this morning. I was in a good mood. Even the hallway guy seemed to be in a good mood. I almost forgot all the BS I've been dealing with for the last time period. Everything was fine. We just chatted about whatever. When I left, he didn't say a word, which was weird because he usually says goodbye. When I turned the next corner, I saw something that made my heart jump. It was a maintenance guy. I couldn't believe my eyes. I had never seen an employee at this place ever. At least, not that I can recall. He had a hand truck, and he was unloading a brand new ice machine from it. My skin went hot and my blood flushed. I knew I was screwed. I looked back at the wall where the hole opens up to the file room. It wasn't there. I mean, the wall was there. The hole wasn't. The hole was gone. They'd repaired the wall, which means I could have sworn I was gonna die in that moment. I swear to God, I was so scared. I couldn't move a muscle. I couldn't even say why. But for some reason, every single cell in my body was screaming at me that this maintenance man was about to lunge at me, wrapping his hands around my throat and snuffing out my life in an instant. I stared at him for so long. I was too terrified to blink. I was convinced that if I moved a muscle, even an eyelid, I would be dead before I could react. He didn't even notice me. Just unloaded the ice machine, plugged it in, turned it on, and left. Didn't say a word. Didn't even glance in my direction. I sprinted home. Back to the files. I can't take much more of this. Date? Thursday. Time? Night. Spent all day going through more files. It's nothing. Just people. Good people, bad people, old people, young people. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What does any of it have to do with anything? Gonna keep going. There's got to be something important here. I feel like I'll know it when I see it. Date, Sunday. Time, midday. That's it. I finished the files. I read every single paragraph. It's just biographies. Nothing more. I've gained nothing from this. What the hell am I doing? I tried calling the doctor again. Still no answer. Infinite ringing. Are my calls even leaving this building? I'd have no way of knowing. If I could figure out a way to... This smell is making my head spin. I'm starting to be able to taste it. Date. Time. Night. It's the middle of the night and I woke up screaming. I was having a horrific dream. Like, so bad that it made even this BS I'm dealing with seem like a walk in the park. It was... I can't almost even describe it. I was totally helpless, and... never mind. Just glad it's over. There's no way I'll be able to go back to sleep tonight, so I guess I'm going for a night walk. Date, Thursday. Time, night. I ran into the hallway guy during my night walk. Scared the crap out of me at first, truthfully. I came around the corner and almost had a heart attack. He was standing there the same way he normally does, leaning against the wall on his shoulder. He didn't say anything at first. I nodded to him and said, "What's up?" And he nodded back, but didn't speak. I walked past him and kept going down the hall. I heard him say something from behind me, but I couldn't make out what it was. When I turned back and asked him what it was, I barely was able to catch a glimpse of him as he disappeared back into his apartment and closed the door behind him. Date, Friday. Time, morning. I noticed a small little bag hanging on the hallway guy's apartment door handle this morning. I assumed an apartment employee had put it there. I didn't want to be nosy, but these apartment people are elusive, and I have to take any opportunity I can to acquire intel. I didn't open the bag, but I felt it in my hand. There was something hard, heavy, metal, stone, but it was wrapped in something soft, fabric, cloth, no clue what it could be. As I stepped back away from the hallway guy's door, I saw a laminated piece of paper posted to the front of his door. In bold letters across the top of the page said, "Eviction Notice." Date, Friday. Time, night. What the hell is going on with this hallway guy? Evicted? I need to talk to him before he leaves. He's gotta know something about the files, or the phones, or something. Date, Saturday. Time, morning. He's gone. The sign was off his door and the bag too. They even changed his apartment number. It's apartment 803 now. I don't remember what number it was before, but I know it wasn't 803. Are we on the 8th floor? Date, Monday. Time, morning. Hoping I wake up and it turns out this was all just a really, really bad dream. Date, Wednesday. Time, night. I can't do this anymore. I'm thoroughly going insane. I'm not seeing connections where there aren't any, right? There's something here. The files, these people, the hallway guy, the elevator, the smell that won't go away. It's all connected. I know what I need to do. I need to go back to that room. Date, Wednesday. Time, night. This might be my last entry. If there's something awful waiting for me in that room, I don't really have anything I could bring as a weapon, other than a dull kitchen knife. I have it tucked into the back of my pants. Hopefully I won't forget about it and accidentally stab myself in the butt. I'm going back to the ice machine and the elevator, and I'm gonna kick a hole through that wall and go back into that room. I'm gonna get answers, and if anyone tries to stop me, they're gonna get hurt real bad. If this is my last entry, it means I'm dead. Send help. There's something evil going on here. Date, time. I wish I never went back to the file room. I did exactly what I said I was going to do. I went back to the room, kicked a hole in the wall, and got my answers. There was another box in the corner that I could now see clearly due to the extra light coming in from the hallway. It was filled with files. I had a feeling that I should just lift up the files out of the box for a second. No real logical reason, but the feeling was too potent to be ignored. I lifted up the files and looked down inside the box. There was a USB drive on the bottom. I booted up one of the desktops and put the USB drive in it. Nothing happens. I opened up the file explorer just as I did before, when I saw that the hard drive was totally empty. Except now there was a folder. It had no name, but it contained 2 files. A text file and a video. I opened the text file. It was another one of those biographical files about some random, unimportant person. The problem was, this time, I was that person. I was looking at my own file. It was accurate. I'll spare you the details, but it was accurate. So accurate that it's impossible. Some of these details are things that shouldn't be known to anyone. They couldn't be known to anyone. It's impossible. But there it was, all in the file, right in front of my eyes. I started to get a sinking feeling in my stomach. The feeling that I now knew exactly what was going on. The files, the room, the entire apartment building, or at least this floor of it. When I opened up the video file, my suspicions were confirmed. Every single one of those people in the files, myself included, is in an in-between state, or at least they were. Most of them have probably moved on by now, moved on to the next life, a life full of opportunity, if they've proven that they deserve such a reward, a life full of hardship if they haven't. I've proven the opposite. What I saw in that video file, what I saw in my dream, it's real. It was real. I did those things. Me. I did. Even if I don't want to remember them, I still did them. No one else. Just me. And those poor people, they were helpless. I don't know what's waiting for me on the other side. I know it isn't a grand life full of opportunity, but I don't think it's a life of standard hardship either. I think there's something different in store for me, and it's exactly what I deserve. I found the eviction notice on my door the next day. Bag on the handle, too. I opened it up and found a bundle of stained gray cloth. I unraveled the cloth and opened it to reveal my prize. My reward for all the effort I went through, mapping the floor and scouring through endless files. The elevator key. Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have 9 stories. I hope you all enjoy them. I love recording these videos, and I just want to say a quick thank you to everyone who clicks on them, everybody who watches them. It means a ton. Anyways, if you enjoy this video, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 10 trillion likes on this video. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I post content just like this, honestly more than I ever have. I have been posting a lot lately, and I hope you've all been enjoying it. It's really nice just like staying up late, playing some Halo, recording some stories. I don't know, I'm just having a lot of fun with it. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. I'm not going to tell you my name. If you recognize the way I talk from my old videos, keep it to yourself. I don't want any more messages. I don't want any more theories. I just need to get this out, and then I'm done with social media. Back in 2017, I was a YouTuber. Not a huge one, but I pulled in good numbers. Hundreds of thousands of views, sometimes millions. If you were watching overnight challenges, urban exploration, or anything that involves sneaking into abandoned places, you might have seen my videos. It was all fake. That's what I want you to believe. That's what I need you to believe. That's what I need you to believe. I was always careful. I planned every video like a heist. Research, entry points, escape routes. But in May of 2017, I got cocky. I wanted something bigger. Something that would go viral. 24 hours in an abandoned mall. Sounded perfect. I found the Cove Plaza shopping mall. Closed in 2013, mostly intact. No official security, just a few cameras that didn't work. I brought my gear, a flashlight, night vision camera, some food, and a battery pack. I was ready. At least I thought I was. I got in through a service door. The inside was exactly what I wanted. Dust-covered tile floors, shattered skylights, and dead silence. I started filming immediately, playing up the creep factor. And then I saw them. Mannequins. Not just a few hundreds. Stores that had been picked clean still had them, naked, broken, posed in unnatural ways. Some with missing limbs, others vandalized. A few were arranged in groups, like they were mid-conversation. I joked about it on camera, something about how this was the real mannequin challenge. I even moved a few, positioning them in weirder poses for later shots. I shouldn't have touched them. By 2 a.m. I was settled in the food court. The air smelled stale, like old grease and mold. I was filming a menu which was still lit up when I heard footsteps. Not the echo of my own, someone else's. I killed my light. Silence. Then a faint plastic scrape. I turned my camera toward the sound, slowly raising the brightness. The mannequins had moved. Not a lot, just a few inches. But I knew where they'd been before. I checked the footage. One near the escalator had its arms at its sides just 3 hours ago. Now one hand was reaching forward. I laughed. I was nervous, but I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe I bumped it earlier. Maybe my memory was bad. I went back to filming. At 3:15 a.m., my camera shut off. The battery was charged. It shouldn't have died. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. The mannequins were closer. The one by the escalator was now on the first step. I don't remember getting up. I don't remember running. 1 second I was sitting and the next I was at the other end of the food court, panting like I'd just sprinted a mile. I wasn't alone anymore. Something moved in my peripheral vision. A head turned. Plastic slammed the ground. I bolted. I didn't look back. I didn't stop filming, not until I was outside gasping for breath. My camera was still dead, but my phone had the footage. I never uploaded it. When I checked the files the next day, they were corrupted. Every single one. The only thing that remained was a still frame from the food court, a blurry shot of me sitting on the floor, and something behind me. A mannequin. No head, no arms, just standing there. I never went back. I stopped making videos. My channel died. Maybe that was for the best. I don't care if you believe me. Just don't go looking for Cove Plaza. They don't like being watched. It's my birthday today. I hate going to work on my birthday. Not because I care about it. I'm not 12, but because I hate the way people treat you on your birthday. There's the birthday girl. Happy birthday to you. You don't look a day over 35. Oh, you're turning 31? Well, happy birthday. Plus my office has this aggravating tradition. Everyone gathers around the birthday person. Party hat strings cutting into jiggly jawlines. Cheeks aching with tot, cloying smiles. And we watch that poor sucker choke down a whole slice of cake. Protest all you want. You're inhaling that entire piece. You have to. Finish so we can dig in. It's tradition. To be honest, no one has ever refused to finish their slice. Till today. I spend the morning anxiously awaiting this humiliation ritual. It usually occurs in the middle of the day, around 3 p.m. By 2:15, my knee is bouncing with unease. I'm thinking maybe I can slip out early. I'm not feeling well, I'll say. Please enjoy the cake without me. It's worth a shot. I approach Teresa in HR, master of birthday ceremonies, and plead my case. I'm sorry you're not feeling well, girlie. She purrs. But who could enjoy a party without the birthday girl? I'll set up the conference room. She bustles away in a hurry. Come 2:45, I'm seated at the head of the table, a neon green tablecloth clinking every time I shift my weight. Around me, a sea of delighted faces, cone hats pointing up at God as if to say, 1 year closer to meeting your maker. Teresa sets a hulking slice of chocolate cake in front of me with glittering eyes. Everyone cradles their own, eagerly awaiting the chance to dig in. Happy birthday, girlie. Bon appetit. I fork off a massive chunk, hoping to devour this wedge in a few bites as possible. I raise it to the stiff smiles around me. Cheers. Teresa licks her lips. Then I swallow. A round of polite, gulf applause fills the room. A sugary film coats my tongue, settling like silt between my teeth. There's something else there, lurking behind the chocolate. Chalky and dense. My palms tingle with sweat. Everyone's staring at me. I hate that. I hack off another glob, scraping the gooey icing with my bendy plastic fork. Down the hatch. That taste, I ponder. What is it? My heart rate picks up, thumping loudly in my ears. Eat, 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 chants someone from the amorphous stretch of genial faces. As I scoop up another wad of cake, a surge of bitter bile rises in my throat. Prickles of sweat collect at the nape of my neck. Sparse giggles crop up around the room. Are they laughing? Why are they laughing? I slurp my third hunk. My stomach drops. That familiar tightness in my throat. The flaming itchiness blooming up my cheeks. It can't be. So, I speak out, sputtering specks of chocolate onto the table. Is there peanut in this? Teresa giggles, shrill and grating. You can't make Reese's cake without peanuts, silly Billy. There's so many people here. I need air. No, I need my EpiPen. Between panicked, gulping breaths, I wheeze. I'm allergic. EpiPen. In my desk. They all just stand there, beaming madly. She knows I'm allergic to peanuts. Everyone does. Is this because PB&Js aren't allowed at the office anymore? My throat tightens, vision narrows. I only have minutes. I rise and swim through the crowd towards the door. I'm bumping into cheery coworkers standing stock still. They block my path and throw good-natured jabs my way. Oh, come on, you can eat more than that. You deserve to indulge, it's your birthday. We can't eat until the birthday girl finishes her slice. I slam into the metal door frame and a shock wave of pain radiates from my hip. Through my tunnel vision, I spot my desk. A few mere feet stretch out like miles before me. Excuse me. Teresa's face floats in front of mine, contorted into a purplish-red scowl. I made this from scratch. For you. You have to finish it. I weakly swat the smeared paper plate and careen around her. My coworkers boo and murmur to one another. I hear a few stray words whiz past me. Rude, ungrateful, poor Teresa. My sweat-soaked hair clings to my forehead. My heart vibrates weakly. My mouth runs dry, sickeningly sweet. What is happening? I scream in my head. Teresa marches in front of me and forces a trembling fork in my face. Eat it. I have no choice but to barrel straight through her, landing with a harsh thud on the punishingly hard floor. The harsh carpet bites at my elbows as I pull my useless body closer to my desk. Inch by agonizing inch. Breathless, I reach for the drawer. Then I feel it. Smashed against my slacks, a gluey slice of cake. A wave of frantic hilarity surges through the room, then another slice, this time square into my lower back, another on the bottom of my shoes, another smashed into my ear. I think of the people throughout history who were stoned to death by their peers. My vision goes black as my dumb fingers fumble for the drawer. My head drifts in darkness, drenched in poison. I'm going down, splat, straight into a cloying, syrupy mess. Chocolate peanut butter frosting oozes up my nostrils, under my eyelids. She finished it, finally. Happy birthday, girlie. Everyone dig in. Then the mouths of my coworkers engulf me, sucking the sticky icing from my clothes, hair, and face. Every surface of my body glows slick with candied saliva. I'm fighting, flailing, drowning. Save me, I scream internally, but the voice in my head grows meeker. Farther away. I'm sinking, sinking, sinking. I wake up to harsh, fluorescent light. My doctor tells me I'm lucky to have a coworker like Teresa. Says she rode with me in the ambulance. She saved your life, no doubt about it. He muses. I'm too shocked to object. I decide not to tell my mom the full story. I don't want to worry her. The car air is thick with words unsaid. She drives me home and drops me off at my apartment complex with a kiss and an Amazon gift card. I collapse into my hand-me-down couch, weak and splotchy. I have to type up what happened, just to get it out of my brain. I know most people will not believe me, but I feel lighter with every word. I finish, but it seems to lack an ending. Anxiety creeps over me. It's not done yet. I check my phone, hoping to distract myself with a few birthday texts. Surely someone remembered. No texts. Only one new email from Teresa. I take a deep breath and open it with a shaking finger. Happy birthday, girlie. Sorry you didn't love the cake. We'll try again next year. P.S. We saved you a slice in the break room. See you tomorrow. Being afraid is perfectly natural, Russ. There's nothing more human than fear. It's a reminder that you're alive after all. Anyone who's alive has something to lose, right? Dr. Auclair would say things like that to me all the time, waxing poetic BS in my general direction from 5 to 6 p.m. every Tuesday evening for nearly a decade. I liked my childhood therapist, don't get me wrong. He was kind, attentive, and he seemed to be trying his damnedest to fix me. That said, none of cognitive behavior therapy worked, of course. How could it? As much as I attempted to explain that my fear was just plain different and may not respond to his normal repertoire of techniques, Dr. Auclair didn't appear to understand. At least, that's what I used to believe. Now it's clear to me that Dr. Auclair did understand. He just wasn't making his intentions known, manipulating and pulling me along like a conniving puppeteer. My current theory is that, somehow, the fear was the key to his release, but before it could free him, though, it needed to be purified, distilled to perfection, the terror fermenting over months and years like a decadent merlot. And when he decided it was exquisitely ripe, Dr. Auclair called it without a second thought. I wish I knew how he did it and why I was chosen in particular, but I suspect I'll never get those answers. I'm learning how to live with that, one day at a time. Normal fear is born from something. It doesn't just appear out of nowhere. There's always a cause and an effect. Something horrific happens and the result is fear. You take a tumble down some stairs and now you're afraid of falling. Your aunt's German Shepherd bites you and now you're afraid of dogs. My fear, on the other hand, never had that linkage. It just was. The exception that proves the rule. Terror born without a mother. The fear equivalent of immaculate conception. I know what you're thinking. Isn't that just anxiety then? Some generalized, vague fear of everything? That's the rub, though. My fears weren't universal. Quite the contrary, actually. They were hyper-specific. Unexplainably pinpointed from the very beginning. Ever since I can remember, I've been afraid of something or someone popping out of an enclosed space. Take my first birthday party. The moment a gift was put in front of me, which my family wrapped for the fun of it, I was inconsolable. I'm told I was wailing like a banshee, trying to run away from the gift on legs that barely had the coordination to walk. My response was so extreme that my parents actually ended up taking me to the ER. They thought I may have been having a seizure or something. The doctors checked me out, but I was completely fine. After a disastrous Christmas morning, I was booked for therapy with Dr. Auclair. I always left his office feeling a little better, but in the long run, my fear never improved. If anything, it steadily worsened, year after year, reaching a peak intensity right before the event that would make our small town national news. Have you ever noticed how you talk about your fear, Russ? The vocabulary you use, I mean. 12-year-old me shrugged, struggling to provide an answer. Dr. Auclair put down his notepad and leaned forward in his chair. Well, you always describe it as, I'm afraid of something popping out, never jumping out, never emerging, never appearing. Whatever you're afraid of, it's always popping out. Why do you think that is? Honestly, I found this question irritating. He knew me well by that point. I felt like he could have guessed how I was going to respond. Like I've said before, I don't understand why I fear what I fear. It's all just a feeling. Something in my gut that makes total sense to me, even if I can't explain it. Like I just know that popped out is the right phrase. It's the only correct words to describe it, even if I'm unable to tell you why. What does it matter anyway? He leaned back, smiling at me. I suppose you're right. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. Dr. Auclair winked, pulled his box-shaped glasses to the bridge of his nose, and then he said something that made no sense at the time. Not yet, at least. When Jack died, I was desperate to have a visit with Dr. Auclair, but I found that he was scheduled to move out of town the exact day he died. Everything had been planned months in advance. He was already long gone by the time I called the office. Didn't mention any of that to me. Didn't leave a forwarding address either. I developed a veritable Rolodex of bullies over my high school years. Honestly, there had to be at least one on every page of my yearbook. My strange fear made me an easy target. I wouldn't classify Jack as a bully, though. He was an entirely different breed. Tormentor is probably a more appropriate label. But even that doesn't quite capture the depths of his sadism. Although the boy was thin, he compensated for that by being tall, towering over me at a height of at least 6.5 feet. Wide forehead, freckled face, beady eyes. An absolute monster prowling this earth with hate seething behind his smile, inflicting pain without limitations. Once he discovered my fear of something or someone popping out at me, he simply could not get enough. The joy and the satisfaction that Jack was able to milk from my admittedly peculiar terror was seemingly endless. To him, my trauma was a wellspring of fresh dopamine created for him and him alone to enjoy, refilling itself infinitely. If it wasn't a beating, it was him sneaking up with a shoebox containing a spider, popping it out at me once he got close. If it wasn't a prank that targeted my fears, it was a laundry list of insults spit at me, usually about how pathetic my fears were. No matter what, it was something every day, weekends included. Preoccupied by a messy divorce, my parents weren't much help. Because of that, Mr. Muller was my only source of support. I'd known the man my whole life. He lived alone in a 3-story house down the street for the last 40 years. Never found himself a wife, never had any kids. When he retired from his job as a mechanical engineer, Mr. Muller finally pursued his genuine passions, custom-built toys. His shop never seemed to get much business. But I don't think that was the point. Unburdened by the financial strain that comes with having a family, he'd accumulated a small fortune for himself over the years, which allowed the shop to remain afloat, even if it wasn't turning a profit. We had a certain kinship, Mr. Muller and I. He was an outcast, too. His eccentricities kept people at arm's length, but he was always kind to me, day in and day out, taking me in and patching up my injuries, both physical and mental. Despite our close relationship, I never disclosed the specific details of my fears to him. Embarrassment had stitched my lips shut. He knew I was different like him, and that made me a target for people like Jack, which made what he did nearly impossible to explain. Unless there was some outside influence that had been pulling the strings. One afternoon, I arrived at Mr. Muller's, holding back hot tears from the blinding pain in my wrist. I had been walking home when Jack marched up behind me, shouting obscenities per usual. I didn't say anything back. I didn't respond, period. I kept my head down and my eyes fixed on the sidewalk in front of me. All I wanted was for him to go away. He didn't take my cold shoulder too kindly, knocking me to the ground with a kick and stomping on my wrist over and over again, despite my pleas for mercy. Age did not temper his savagery at 17. Jack was still the same monster he was at 12. It took a while, but I convinced Mr. Muller not to call the police. Jack's father was the sheriff, and he shielded his boy from many legal repercussions throughout his youth. Needless to say, I had been down that road before, and it only made everything worse. Mr. Muller was livid, face flushed with boiling anger, but he nodded in agreement. As I walked out, I said something that I'll regret for the rest of my life. I just wish he felt my fear. I stopped by Mr. Muller's a week later, and when he saw me, he could barely contain his excitement. The man was practically bursting at the seams when he informed me that he had something really important to show me. The behavior was immediately unnerving. Although he had eccentric hobbies, Mr. Muller wasn't socially awkward or prone to bouts of mania. Growing up in a very strict, very religious German background actually made him obsessively polite and perpetually reserved, so watching him skip and hop through his house like a court jester immediately set me off. Something was desperately wrong with my friend. I tried to convince him to take a seat in the living room and just talk to me, but he pretended like he couldn't hear what I said, frolicking down his basement stairs with an uncanny jubilance. Reluctantly, I followed him down. When I arrived at the bottom, Mr. Muller was nowhere to be seen, but I could hear him, humming a nursery rhyme to himself in his workshop, a few yards away behind a cracked door. I slowly tilted the door open, and my long-held fear finally became realized. There was a massive crate in the middle of the room. The sides of it were covered in nonsense words like Hurlix and Abdunith, haphazardly painted amongst various shapes and runes I didn't recognize. Splatters of dark greens, blacks, and bright reds covered every fiber of the box like post-modern art installation. Immediately my heart rate skyrocketed. Blood pulsed heavy waves in my ears. Before I could come up with a way to excuse myself, Mr. Muller was dancing over to the crate. He sauntered around the side of it, disappearing behind the enormous box. For a moment, I thought I saw another figure in the corner, wreathed in shadow. They were staring at me with a downright debilitating intensity, wearing a rapturous smile that extended from ear to ear. The phantom box-shaped glasses glinted against the ceiling light as they pulled a single necrotic hand from the darkness, waving pus-stained fingers in my direction, as if beckoning me closer. It looked like Dr. Auclair. There was a metallic twisting sound which pulled my attention to the crate and Mr. Muller. When my eyes flickered back to the dark corner, the specter had disappeared. Then I heard something that injected liquid frost into my veins. There were muffled whimpers emanating from within the box. Before I could run, Mr. Muller began singing, bellowing and hollering the words like a TV evangelist. All the while, the metallic twisting noise grew louder and louder, seemingly in unison with his ungodly fervor. All around the cobble's bench, the monkey chased the weasel. The monkey thought 'twas all in fun. Pop goes the weasel. And then the top of the crate swung open, revealing what was inside. Every single second that I've been afraid, and every shred of terror that I've ever felt crystallized into that one moment, manifesting this pristine latticework of pain, shock, and panic in my mind. My fear was like a wedge of coal that had been put under years of extreme pressure until it finally transmuted into a brilliant, shimmering diamond. Terror in its purest form. Jack, bloodied and broken, popped out of the crate. I expected him to fall forward, but instead he hung in the air, blocking the ceiling light like an eclipse. A steel pole has been fused to his spine, connected to his bones via a combination of nails, cautery, and thick metallic thread. I could hear Jack's weathered skin ripping and tearing from the tension of his weight against gravity. Blood seeped down the pole, new crimson, dripping over older brown-black stains, trailing down to a massive spring located at the base of the crate. My trembling eyes darted to Jack's maddened, bloodshot gaze, and I could see it. He stared at me with a wild, primal, incomprehensible fear. Months later, I had heard Mr. Muller's testimony. When he explained why he kidnapped and mutilated Jack, I couldn't help but feel a tiny blip of deja vu rattle around in my skull. He almost sounded like me talking to my childhood therapist. I wanted Russ to be safe. But, like I've mentioned before, I don't completely understand why I hurt him like that. It was just a feeling I couldn't ignore. I might never uncover Dr. Auclair's part in these events. In spite of that, another matter weighs more heavily on my mind than his role in my torment. Jack's death and his disappearance. The paradox of it all. Look at it this way. It seems like I felt the reverberations of this event all throughout my life, even though it hadn't happened yet. That's where my fear came from, I think. It's like the sensation was so intense that it somehow echoed through me backwards, altering my consciousness since the day I was born. But in order for me to have my fears, Jack has to have died, and in order for him to die, he needed to bully me. That's what caused Mr. Muller's psychotic break in the first place. But Jack targeted me for bullying because of my fears, which were predicted on him being killed in such a nightmarish manner. You see what I mean? The more I think about it, the more it all collapses in on itself. It's like trying to build a house by starting from the roof and working down. If you know Dr. Auclair, or have experienced something similar to this, please let me know. Before I end this post, though, I want to leave you all with some food for thought. I've been doing some Googling today about where the name Jack in the Box came from, and this is what I found. It has been expressed through folklore and legends that in 15th century France, they were using the boxes for a very specific purpose. In French, a jack-in-the-box is called a diable en boîte, which translates to devil in a box. It is said that these boxes were actually created to capture and hold demons or evil spirits. Many would fashion the boxes with elaborate engravings and amusing artwork to lure the demons' interest. They would then employ the playful music and surprise opening of the lid to trap the demons. Their essence was then believed to become trapped in the Jack character, which was why they were originally made to look sinister with maniacal grins. The box was then to be hidden away where no one would ever be tempted to open it again, as doing so would cause the demon to be released back into our dimension. Resource: Strange Origins of Jack in the Box by M.R. Camia. What was Dr. Auclair? Did I release him somehow? And is Jack trapped where he used to be? Hallelujah, praise the Lord. The cry resounded throughout the dusty, sweaty crowd of people pushing in on me from all sides. I could feel the hot breath parting the back of my hair, see the whites of the eyes of the man rocking back and forth next to me. We all sat in newfound, stunned silence as the child took 2 shaking steps, his wheelchair discarded behind him like an unwanted plaything. The tent pitched and billowed against the dry summer wind, creating a low rumbling, as if the heavenly host had begun a drum roll of anticipation. The boy walked into the outstretched arms of the Reverend, who scooped him up and held him aloft, a testament for the gathered crowd in this revival. I felt that familiar warm tingle in the pit of my stomach. I had been raised Catholic, and I used to even consider myself devout, but the world has a way of beating hope in the greater good out of a person. But prison is specifically engineered to do it with maximum efficiency. I rubbed my shaved head, wiping a glistening layer of sweat on my jeans, trying to stifle the hint of religious fervor that had reared its head again. But looking when the smiling boy pushed his wheelchair, the tool that had been his own little prison, I couldn't help but wonder if there was a God. Rationally, I knew he could be a plant, a paid actor just playing a role, but the possibility of healing, reconciliation, and a fresh start is far sweeter than any narcotic the world can offer. I know that from experience. So, dragging my feet, I joined the line of petitioners waiting for their miracle. The usher directing the liquid flow of human bodies looked at me with undisguised disdain, but waved me through regardless. "If you believe that is God's will," the Reverend cried, spittle flying onto the nearest audience members, "you shall receive a true blessing tonight." The next in line, a young couple, came forward as the ushers led them by the hand. I could not hear what words they exchanged to the minister as he leaned towards them, but I could see tears falling from the young woman's face. The lights began to surge, the music growing in intensity, as the preacher stood up and gazed around the room. "This man before me has asked for prayer to increase his faith. Now what can be more fitting for a night like this?" The audience hung on the preacher's every word. As they stretched out their hands, intense silence filled the multitude, as the minister slowly touched the shaking man's forehead. Then with an explosion of activity, the young penitent began to shake violently. His whole body was rocking back and forth like we were being tossed in a stormy sea, until his knees buckled and he fell to the dusty floor, limbs flailing. The crowd gasped audibly as the young woman he had arrived with was crying helplessly as his seizure worsened. Despite the distance and the mass of bodies obscuring my sight, I could see murky foam pouring from his mouth, and hear the choked gurgle escape his throat. "There's no need to panic now," the preacher began again, his bravado returning. "Christ gave us the ministry of deliverance for a reason, didn't he?" The noise of the crowd quickly turned from concern to a deafening roar of approval at the words, and outstretched hands directed prayer towards the quivering, prostrate figure. My perception became fuzzy, the fervor of the massive horde overwhelming my senses as they began to recite some portion of the Psalms over the sick man and the now silent woman. I was paralyzed, deciding between my options. Selfishly, I wanted to turn around now and pretend nothing happened in the large sprung tent I had stopped in on a whim, walk back out into the park and go back to my mundane, everyday life. But I knew rationally that this was wrong. This man was clearly having a medical emergency, while hundreds of people prayed over him and did nothing more. My decision was made when I saw that the frothy spittle had started to fleck with blood. I began to cut my way through the crowd, weaving in between the throng of outstretched arms. I retrieved my cell phone and began to dial 911, but the operator's words were completely drowned out by the exuberant chanting, singing, and glossolalia filling the enclosed space. "We're in the Mountain View Park," I managed to yell into the receiver end of my phone. "Just send an ambulance, maybe the cops too. I think he's having a seizure." With help hopefully on the way, I began to push forward even more, but it felt as if I was wading into waist-deep water as the shoulders, legs, and torsos pressed in from all sides. Fortunately, everyone on the makeshift stage was too enraptured by the performance to notice my arrival. I walked to the bald, beet-red pastor, and grabbed him by the sleeves of his poorly fitted suit, shaking him roughly from his reverie. His eyes shot open and flashed briefly with a rage so venomous I took a half step back. His face then lit with a smile that barely shifted his pudgy face, but I didn't realize why until I felt a pair of strong arms drag me backwards. "Don't interfere with the exorcism. Do you want this boy to be damned?" The voice belonged to whoever held me in a sort of bear hug, firm but not crushing. I turned my head to see it belonged to the deacon who had been leading congregants, one after another, to the stage for their miracles. "He's having a seizure. It's been going on for way too long, man," I pleaded while the deacon slowly shook his head. "Just have faith." The man said as his eyes focused on the scene before us. I turned my head and felt my breath catch in my throat. The man was no longer laying flat on the ground, rather he was a few feet above it. The eyes of the crowd tracked as he almost imperceivably rose into the air. Then the tent resounded with a crack like a gunshot. I flinched but still saw the limbs of the floating figure begin to bend backwards at impossible angles, one by one, with their own deafening, painful snapping noise. In moments, the man who now hovered above one story in the air resembled a crushed spider with all its legs bent inwards, as his body fell to the ground with a wet thud. I could hear parts of the crowd exclaim in fear and disgust. Some even ran to the exit, but the majority held fast, hands lifted high in supplication, eyes shut to the horror taking place feet away from them. The stage itself was quiet, the crumpled form of the floor mercifully still in death. His lover collapsed on her side weeping, and the pastor looking on impassively. The preacher bowed his head for a moment, deep in meditation, before suddenly raising his eyes and declaring in a booming voice that the demon had been banished back to where it belonged. "Do not fear for what has happened to this boy's mortal form, for even now I assure you he shares in our inheritance in God's kingdom." His words filled me with disgust, but I couldn't take my eyes away from the lifeless, deformed corpse on the stage. What I had seen was impossible, but those words brought me no comfort as I watched the limbs begin to twitch once more, while the crowd continued to pray in the religious ecstasy brought on by this dreadful miracle. The once dead form began to stand once more, arms and legs slowly returning to their original position as he straightened up. When the figure rose to his full height, he looked out toward the crowd, eyes glassy and dark. One by one, everyone present became aware of the new horrifying spectacle and reacted with shock and terror. The now sputtering minister started to lift his Bible and spout off some vain prayer, when this thing quickly raised its hand over his forehead, in a mockery of how he had been anointed just minutes earlier in his life. The strung-up, lifeless puppet touched the face of the minister as he gaped like a fish out of water. At first, nothing seemed to change, but after a few moments, the already substantial girth of the suited charlatan's stomach began to bulge. He doubled over, a cry of pain and fear escaping his mouth, only for it to be followed by a puff of dark smoke. As the arms holding me began to loosen, I watched in pure fear as the smoke emitting from the man in front of me gave way to bright orange embers, and then his body erupted into red flames. In seconds, the wooden stage caught ablaze, and the whoosh of the fire was met by the cacophony of terrified cries as the crowd surged towards the exit. Finally wiggling free of my now slack-jawed captor, I began to follow the fleeing congregation, feeling my feet sinking into the soft flesh of those unfortunate enough to be caught by the stampede. The immense pressure of bodies tore through the thin walls of the tent as thick, dark smoke began to fill the enclosed space. I felt I was about to be choked by the weight of bodies crushing on me from all directions. combined with the copious amounts of smoke I had already inhaled. But I finally burst out into the cold, clear night as the crowd finally rushed out of the exit. I could hear the sirens coming from far off, in response to my call or the thick column of smoke. I am still unsure. Screams echoed into the darkness as the now blazing tent caved inwards, dooming those who were either too slow or disoriented by the smoke. But the instant before the tent fell, I swear I saw a dark figure shoot out from the tent and ascend upwards in a blur of movement. In my mind, I can still faintly hear the hideous sound of what I can only imagine to be massive, leathery wings flapping through the cool twilight air. I shivered, overwhelmed by the fear of both what I had seen and the horrible things I could only imagine. And for the first time in years, I prayed. The last few months, I've been working for the Clover School, not as an employee, rather as more of a contract gardener. The school didn't have anyone on staff that took care of their gardens, so Pam, the school's director, would call me whenever she needed any gardening work done, be it weeding, mulching, planting, pruning, or whatever else. Every week or so she would call me, and I would come out and make the garden look nice. The kids would come out at lunch and bother me while I worked, asking me questions about what I'm doing, or running around trampling the flowers I'd just planted. The Clover School was definitely a lively place to work. Spring break had just arrived and all the students and staff were away from the school. Pam called me, asking if I could come by to fill up the courtyard with spring annuals. She wanted the school to look more colorful when everyone came back from their break. However, there was a catch. Pam told me that because the school was closed, the security guard would have to let me in, and that the courtyard would have to remain locked while I worked so that no one who isn't supposed to be there could trespass. I told her that I have no problem with that. We discussed what kind of flowers she wanted and made arrangements to have all the flowers and mulch delivered directly to the school before I showed up. I arrive at 8 a.m. on the dot, parking right in front of the gate to the courtyard. Chuck, the security guard, was already there waiting for me. I step out of the van and wave to him. "How you doing, Chuck?" "Fine," he replies. "Would be better if I didn't have to come out here on what's supposed to be my day off." "At least all you gotta do is let me in and out. I'm the one who actually has to work all day." He unlocks the gate and pushes it open. I open the trunk of my van and start unloading my equipment. There's a lot to carry. It takes several trips back and forth to carry everything from the van into the courtyard. Rakes, shovels, garbage bags, leaf blower, buckets full of trowels and smaller tools, a cooler full of water bottles, basically anything I might need. Not like I can go back to the van to grab anything once I'm locked in. With my entire arsenal of equipment inside, I'm ready. "What time do you think you'll be done?" Chuck asks. I look over at the pallets full of mulch and flowers that the nursery had dropped off earlier that day. This is going to take me all day. "Well, I need to know what time to come back to let you out." "You mean you're not staying?" I ask. "No way. I just gotta let you in and let you out. Ain't no reason for me to sit around with my thumb up my butt all day until you're ready to leave. Just let me know what time I gotta come back to let you out." "Well, sundown is about 6 o'clock. Guess that means I'll be finished by 6 at the latest." "Alright, 6 it is. Just give me a call if you finish before then, and I'll get over here as soon as I can." "Thanks. If you don't hear from me before then, just come at 6. I'll be ready to leave by then. Worst case scenario, if I don't finish today, I can come back tomorrow." "You better finish today," Chuck says, nudging me in the chest with his finger, "'cause if you gotta come back tomorrow, that means I gotta come back tomorrow." "Do you really think I want to come back tomorrow?" I ask rhetorically. Don't know, he shrugs. Maybe you're one of those freaks that actually likes to work. Not if I don't have to. Trust me. I have every intention of finishing this job today, and if I'm done early, I guess I'll just sit around with my thumb up my butt till you get here. Now that's what I want to hear, Chuck says, as he shuts and locks the gate from the outside. I wave goodbye from inside the gate. See you later, Chuck. Chuck waves back as he walks away. Later, have fun in there. I guess I better get started. Normally this place is bustling with the sounds of children screaming and running around, but it's peacefully quiet without anyone else here. From the inside, the architecture of the school reminds me of a prison, which is probably how a lot of the students think of it. That's certainly how I thought of school when I was younger. 4 towering brick walls box in the courtyard. The only way in or out is the gate. At least the vegetation saves this place from looking too dreary. Garden beds line the perimeter of the courtyard. The perennials I'd planted before are still looking healthy. However, none of the annuals had survived the winter. That's to be expected. Oh well. If the pretty ones didn't have to die and be replaced, I'd have a much harder time staying in business. That's essentially what I'm here for, to replace the annuals and refresh the mulch that lost its color. I started by raking back the old mulch so that I can dig holes to plant the new flowers in, working my way from the edge of the courtyard to the other. I am nearly finished raking when out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of what looks like someone watching me through the window of one of the classrooms. Immediately I turn my head to look into the window, but no one is there. No one else is supposed to be here today but me. I walk over to the window to peek into the classroom. It's just an empty classroom. It must have been a shadow, or a trick of the light on the window that looked like a person at a certain angle. I take a drink from my water bottle and continue raking. As soon as I'm done raking, I walk back to the pallet full of flowers and start carrying them to the garden beds, setting them around the perennials, where I want to plant them, arranging the different flowers in patterns of alternating colors so that the complementary colors pop next to each other. After I've set a few flowers out, I walk back to the pallet to get more. When I get there, I notice that some of the flower trays have tipped over. It's not windy at all, and I'm fairly certain that I didn't do that. None of them were knocked over when I arrived this morning, or at least I don't think they were. Maybe they were and I just didn't notice, or I somehow had knocked them over without noticing. I set them back upright. A little bit of soil had spilled out, and a few petals have fallen off, but they should be just fine. I finished setting up the flowers and returned to my pile of tools to get my shovel. Only my shovel isn't there. I'd know I'd brought it in. I'd brought every single tool from my van in. I look over my tools again. It's definitely not among them. How did I manage to leave my shovel of all things in the van? Whatever. There's nothing I can do about it now. I grab the trowel out of my tool bucket. This will have to do. Work goes slowly with the trowel. A hole that should take 2 scoops with a shovel to dig takes at least 10 with the trowel. At least most of the flowers I have to plant are small, so the holes I have to dig don't have to be very big. For the most part, the soil is easy enough to dig up. However, there are occasional patches where the soil is especially hard or full of rocks that are particularly hard to scoop out with a measly trowel. Those spots are a bit of a struggle, but I manage. I'm in the middle of digging a hole for a zinnia when the sound of something clanging on the ground echoes from across the courtyard. I jump right up and turn around to look, but don't see anything out of the ordinary. I walk in the direction the sound came from to investigate, only to find a shovel laying on the ground when I arrive at the opposite end of the courtyard from where I was working. I pick it up and inspect it. From the signs of wear on it, I can tell that it's definitely my shovel. Now, I know for a fact I didn't leave this here. Before now, I hadn't even been to this side of the yard today. So why is it here? Is someone messing with me? I thought that no one else was supposed to be here today. I pull the phone out of my pocket to call Pam, walking towards the gate as I wait for her to answer. 5 rings, and she finally picks up. Hi Pam, sorry to bother you, but I have to ask, is anyone else here at the school with me today? Is Chuck there with you? No, I say, checking the gate to find that it's still locked. Chuck left. He's supposed to come back at 6 to let me out. No one else should be there. Why do you ask anyways? Do you need anything? Oh no, there's nothing I need. I pace the courtyard looking through the classroom windows as I speak. It's just that I heard some noises and thought I saw someone in one of the classrooms earlier, so I thought someone else might be here. Well, all of the teachers and staff are off over the break, so none of them would be there. The school building is locked, so no one should be able to get in if they wanted to. Her words don't comfort me. I was really hoping that she'd tell me that some of the teachers were here working over the break. I keep pacing, looking in the windows to see if anyone is inside, seeing only empty classrooms. Are you still there? Pam asks. Yeah, I'm still here, I reply. I must be getting paranoid, just not used to being here all by myself is all. Oh well, guess I better get back to it if I want to finish before sundown. Alright, just call me if you need anything, okay? Will do. I shouldn't need to bother you for anything else. Oh, it's no bother at all, she says. Talk to you later, Pam. I hang up and get back to work. At least I have my shovel now. I walk back to the hole I just dug for the zinnia, only now the zinnia is gone. I look around to see if I'd set it nearby, but it's nowhere to be found. All I can do without it is fill the hole back in, and rearrange the flowers around so that there isn't a black spot in the garden. The rest of the afternoon I spend planting the rest of the flowers. Nothing else strange happens while I'm planting them. Maybe I really was just being paranoid before. When all the flowers are finally in, I head to the mulch pallet and start hauling the bags of mulch to each edge of the courtyard, pouring them out, and spreading them over the garden beds. There's 80 bags of mulch that need to be spread from one edge of the garden to the other, every bag weighing about 50 pounds each. I down another bottle of water and pull out my phone to check the time. Basically, I have 3 hours to spread 4,000 pounds of mulch by myself. This sucks. Needless to say, I won't be finishing early. If I hustle, maybe I can finish on time at least. I'm sore, hot, and exhausted, but I do not want to come back tomorrow, so I hustle like my life depends on it. For hours, I carry, pour, and spread every single bag of mulch until finally there aren't any bags left. All that's left to do now is bag up the empty mulch bags and plant containers that I'd littered the garden with. Toss all the garbage in the dumpster, then blow all the mulch and dirt that had spilled out of the garden off of the walkway. I only have 20 minutes left, but I can do this. In a frantic rush of energy, somehow I managed to get everything cleaned up on time. I try to catch my breath, and down another bottle of water. I pour another bottle over my head to cool myself off. I needed that. I'd been going at it for 10 hours, but I'm finally done. I'm going to pass out hard when I get home. Chuck should be here any minute now. I try calling him to see if he's on his way. The phone rings and rings until finally going to voicemail. Perhaps he's just driving and doesn't want to answer while he drives. I sit on the empty pallet and wait. Not like there's anything else I can do. The sun is setting. The towering walls around me block out what little sunlight is left, aside from a small strip of light leaking through the gate. The darker it gets, the more anxious I get to leave. I check my phone again. It's already 6:20. He should be here by now. I try calling again. Again it rings until going to voicemail. So I leave him a voicemail telling him that I'm finished and ready for him to pick me up. I leave him a text as well, for extra measure. Hopefully he sees that I've been trying to get a hold of him. Hopefully he hasn't forgotten about me. I gather my tools up and arrange them near the gate so that I can haul them out quickly as soon as Chuck gets here. While picking my tools up, I notice that my shovel isn't among them. I probably just left it in the garden. Well, I'd better find it before Chuck gets here. I start looking through the garden, searching from one side of the courtyard to the other. It's already too dark to see anything, so I click on the flashlight on my phone and search by what dismal light it provides. The shovel is nowhere to be found. After searching over the entirety of the garden and coming up with nothing, I give up. I'm tired of searching, and just plain tired in general. I don't care about the shovel anymore. I'm sure it will show up next time I come by for maintenance. Right now, all I want to do is leave this place and go home. I start walking back towards the gate when the sound of metal clanging on the ground echoes from across the courtyard. "Chuck, is that you?" I shout. "You better not be messing with me, because I am not in the mood for that right now." I run across the courtyard in the direction of the sound, shining my light in front of me so that I can see where I'm going. My light shines across something laying on the ground. It's my shovel, broken in half. Whatever is going on, it isn't funny. I pick up the pieces of my shovel and shine my light around, looking for signs of life, seeing no one. I turn to head back to the gate. When I get there, all of my tools have been scattered around as if someone had been going through them. Immediately I call Chuck. Again it rings until going to voicemail. It's clear now that I can't count on Chuck. I just wish I had known that before letting him walk me in here. I try calling Pam. It rings once and disconnects. The light on my phone goes out. Of course, the battery on my phone would have to die right at that moment. That's just my luck. The sun has gone down entirely by now. There's no light whatsoever to see by. I'm not going to be stuck in here all night. I try to rattle the gates open, but it won't budge. I try to break the lock off the gate by swinging my broken shovel at it. The shovel ricochets off the gate, slipping out of my hand and slicing it open. That wasn't very smart of me. It's so dark that I can't even see how bad the cut is, but I can feel blood pouring out, so it must be bad. In a panic, I rip a sleeve off my shirt and wrap the wound in it. Obviously, I won't be able to get out through the gates, but there has to be another way out through the school. There's a door on the other side of the gate. I just have to get into the school and navigate my way to that door. One of the doors on this side has to be unlocked. I check the first door I get to. It looks like it only opens from the inside. The next door is the same, and the next, and the next. Eventually I reach a door that looks like it opens from my side. I push, only to find that it's locked. I keep going, trying every door I can. They're all either locked or don't open from the side. I could go back to the gate and wait for Chuck, but at this point, I don't know if he's even going to come. I'm bleeding too much. The sleeve wrapping my wound is already soaked in blood. Waiting for Chuck isn't an option anymore. I have to get out. I'll have to break one of the windows and get into the building that way. Then I can find my way out the other side. I lift my broken shovel and ready myself to smash a window with it, hoping I don't slice open my other hand in the process. But I don't exactly have any other options. I approach a window, ready to swing, only to recoil at the sudden sight of a dark figure standing on the other side. It's too dark to discern any of its features, but I can clearly see that it's really there, and it's looking at me. I step back from the window, not taking my eyes off of it. The figure walks away from the window until it's out of view. The door to the room it's in swings open. Every other door to every other classroom swings open. Dark figures emerge from every doorway. Each and every one of them turns towards me and starts walking in my direction. I turn tail and run towards the exit. They follow close behind. I don't dare to turn to see how close they are. I reach the gate, grabbing and rattling it, screaming. "Chuck, Pam, anyone? Let me out, please. Anybody?" They're right behind me. I'm never leaving this place. There's a hand on my shoulder. "Wake up." they say. I open my eyes and see Chuck standing over me. "Come on, get up. It's time to go," he says. I sit up and look around disoriented. There isn't much light to see by. "What time is it? Is it morning already?" I ask. "No," he says. "It's 6 o'clock p.m. I must have passed out. Sleeping on the job, huh?" I stand up and look around. "No way. Look around, Chuck. I told you I would finish." He looks around. "Yeah, you did good. Now let's get out of here." I walk over to my pile of tools and look at them. My shovel is broken in half. I look down at my hand and see the line across it where it was cut. It's not bleeding now. It was definitely cut, but it doesn't look as bad as I thought. Chuck shouts at me. "Yo, Space Case. You can stay if you want, but I've got to lock up and go. Up to you if you're going to be in or out." I pick up the two halves of my broken shovel. I'm coming. I found my childhood diary today. It was buried in a box of old clothes and forgotten toys, tucked away in the attic like it had been waiting for me. The cover was faded pink. The edges curled from time and my name was still there in glittery gel pen, half rubbed off but unmistakably mine. I hadn't seen it in over 15 years. Sitting cross-legged on the attic floor, I flipped through the pages, smiling at the messy handwriting, the pointless childhood drama, the secrets I thought were so important back then. It was like reading a letter from a past version of myself, until I reached the last page I remembered writing. And saw there was more. A new entry, written in someone else's handwriting. "Hello again, Alice." I froze. The ink looked fresh. The date at the top was today. My stomach nodded. I flipped back through the previous pages, trying to make sense of it. Maybe I had written it and forgotten. Maybe my mom or a friend had found the diary and thought it'd be funny to mess with me. But no one had been up here. I was sure of it. Still, I closed the diary and laughed it off. I was just being ridiculous. It was probably an old note I'd written in a different pen, and my brain was playing tricks on me. I set the book aside and started sorting through the rest of the box. Then, just to prove to myself how stupid I was being, I flipped the diary open again. Another new line had appeared. "You shouldn't have done that." My breath caught in my throat. I hadn't imagined it. The ink was still drying. I stared at the words, heartbeat hammering against my ribs. My hands shook as I turned the page. "You remember me, don't you?" I didn't. But the moment I read the words, something shifted in the back of my mind, like a door unlocking. Flashes of memory hit me. Sitting on my bed, pen in hand, whispering as I wrote in this very book, asking questions, waiting for responses. I remembered something answering. I had forgotten, or maybe I had been made to forget. Pages flipped under my fingers, frantic, past old memories, past childish scroll, past the place where I should have stopped writing, until I reached the final page. I sucked in a breath. The ink was still forming. I'm coming up the stairs. The house was silent. Then I heard it. A single creak, a footstep on the stairs. Slow, heavy, close. I wanted to believe it was just the house settling. I wanted to believe it so badly, but the diary was still in my lap, and when I looked down, another line of ink had appeared. "Don't turn around." And then, warm breath against my ear. A whisper. "You found me." I couldn't move. Every muscle in my body locked as the words sank in, as I felt the breath on my neck. It was real. Someone was behind me. No, not someone. Something. The diary trembled in my hands. My breath came in quick, panicked bursts, my skin crawling with the unbearable awareness that I wasn't alone. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to turn around, not to look, not to acknowledge it, because somehow, deep inside, I knew that if I did, it would mean something far worse than just seeing it. I could hear it now, breathing, slow, deliberate, right against my ear, like it was waiting for me to react, like it was enjoying this. The diary warmed in my lap, the pages rustling as if a breeze had passed through the attic. Another line appeared. "You used to talk to me. Why did you stop?" Tears burned my eyes. I wanted to scream, to run, to bolt for the attic and never look back, but my body wouldn't listen. I remembered now, pieces coming back in jagged fragments. I had written to someone in this diary, a friend, an invisible friend, or at least that's what I thought back then. I used to write questions, and it would answer. It knew things, things I couldn't have known, things no one could have known. And then one night, I wrote something I wasn't supposed to. The memory surfaced like a corpse breaking through ice. "Can I see you?" And it had answered. I slammed the diary shut, sucking in a breath like I'd just resurfaced from drowning. The attic was suffocating, the air thick, wrong. The presence behind me hadn't moved. I could still feel it there, still hear that slow, steady breathing. My fingers clenched the diary like a lifeline, my mind screaming at me to run, but I knew, the moment I stood up, it would act. The pages of the diary fluttered open again. The ink was forming on its own. "You shouldn't have left me alone." A single tear slipped down my cheek. I was shaking, heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. Then another line appeared, the words stretching across the page, more frantic now, as if whatever was writing was growing impatient. "Look at me." No, no. I clenched my teeth, squeezed my eyes shut tighter. It was so close now. I could feel something brushing my hair, the weight of its presence pressing against my back. It wanted me to turn around. It needed me to acknowledge it. Another line appeared, hurried, almost desperate. "You can't ignore me forever." I thought of my childhood self scribbling away in this diary, laughing at the strange answers that appeared. I thought of how excited I'd been to have a friend and no one else could see, and I thought of the night I had stopped writing, when I had woken to find words appearing on their own without me asking, telling me things, warning me, begging me not to stop, and I had ignored it. Something moved behind me, a shift in the air, a whisper of fabric, and then a hand pressed against my shoulder. Cold, too long, wrong. I broke. With a ragged scream, I flung the diary away, bolted to my feet and ran. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I hurled myself down the attic steps, nearly tripping as I hit the hallway, yanking the door shut behind me. The second it clicked into place, the air changed. The presence was gone. Or at least, I thought it was. Then from the other side of the attic door I heard it, a single quiet scratch, then another, and then a whisper. "Don't leave me again." Just as the title states, I clean abandoned houses for a living. I'm quite proud of myself as I have worked hard, starting my own business at just 24 years old and building it to what it is now. I specifically targeted these types of cleaning jobs as you can charge much more than your average 1 to 3 times per week house cleaning. Jobs of inhabited homes. Plus, I rarely ever have to see anyone other than my team while on the job. Over the years, I have really been in some insane situations with these houses. Everything from encountering wild animals to once a deranged squatter taking up residence in the homes I clean. This is one house that stands out from the rest, however, one that haunts my dreams to this day. I got the job offer through a real estate agent I made my friend over the years in the business. It's a small home, not much clutter left. Amelia, the real estate friend, said over the phone, "Shouldn't need more than one or two of you to complete the clean." She continued in her enthusiastic voice. I rolled my eyes. I hated when she used her customer service voice on me. Yeah, what's the real deal with this house?" I answered in my usual half-annoyed tone. Amelia responded more normal this time. "Honestly, Lori, this house gives me the creeps. The granddaughter inherited it a couple years ago, but just recently decided to sell. The grandmother apparently died in the house." I rolled my eyes again. Death in the houses I cleaned was nothing new to me, and Amelia was well aware of this. Amelia continued. "I cut my pre-visit to the house short last week. Didn't even make it upstairs where the grandmother apparently passed. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming in this one." That got my attention. Amelia had been in real estate longer than I had been in the cleaning business, and she took her pre-get-to-know-before-showing visits very seriously. "Anyway, I recommend your cleaning services to the granddaughter," and she agreed right away. "Do you accept?" She finished. "Yes, I accept the job. How soon can we get in to clean?" I answered, feeling somewhat excited. "Tomorrow at 8 a.m. As I mentioned, the granddaughter moved most of the clutter from the house, but it still needs a good TLC cleaning. The key will be left under the welcome mat," Amelia said, back in her customer service voice. My eyes rolled yet again as I ended the call. Finally, an interesting clean, I thought as I then dialed Morgan. The next day, my most trusted cleaner and best friend Morgan and myself drove up the horribly overgrown driveway and saw the well-aged small house come into view. Surely they will need to hire an outside maintenance and renovation crew, I thought as I climbed out of my cleaning van. Morgan whistled as we stepped on the small, creaking porch. "You sure just you and I can handle this, Lori?" Morgan asked as I fetched the house key from the weathered porch mat. "If the outside is anything like the inside, we need the whole team," Morgan stated as she stood behind me. "Amelia is over the top, but would never underestimate a cleaning job." I answered as I slid the house key into the old lock and turned until I heard the lock give way. I then pushed the door open as it made the usual ominous creaking sound. We were both silent as we stepped into what I assumed was the small living room. The musty smell of a far too long closed-up house filled my nose as my eyes scanned the darkened room. Just as Amelia said, not much was left in the room. A couch took up most of the room on the right. A small wooden coffee table sat directly in front of it, coated in a thick layer of dust. I noticed a few photographs still clung to the walls. "Let's get the supplies from the back of the van, and then get started," I said over my shoulder to Morgan. "I have dinner plans and want this done long before." A bit later, I was scrubbing the dirty windows of the living room while Morgan opted to start upstairs. "Lori?" I heard Morgan call from up the stairs located just behind me. "What?" I called back. It was silent for several minutes as I waited for a response. I felt my aggravation growing as Morgan did not respond. I threw my rag on the floor and wiped my sweating brow as I turned and headed towards the stairs. Each step groaned beneath my feet as I climbed to the upper floor. "You better have a good reason for interrupting me and not answering," I yelled as I reached the final step. Goosebumps covered my skin when I stepped into the old wooden floor of the upper level. "Weird," I mumbled to myself as I looked around. The upper level was a small hallway. 2 rooms were located on each side as I peered down the dark corridor. "Morgan?" I called in a softer voice this time. No answer. I slowly headed down the hallway, wishing I had thought to bring my flashlight. I always hated working with no electricity, but it came with the job. I could see the light of day from the open door on the left side of the hall. The other door of the right was closed. As I looked into the open door on the left, I saw Morgan standing still, looking at the bed located on the far side of the room. "It moved," Morgan said in an almost whisper. "Huh?" I answered as I walked in and stood beside her. "The bed. It moved on its own while I was cleaning the floor," Morgan said, still staring down at the bed. I then noticed the bed was crooked now. The bottom was several inches away from the wall, where the top was still flush with the corner of the wall. "Do you see it?" Morgan said, even softer now. I almost couldn't hear her. Instead of questioning her, I looked down towards the bed that her eyes were glued to. I instantly saw what she was talking about. There was an imprint on the bed the shape of a body, as if someone was laying on the bed that very moment. The chills were really covering my body now, and I felt myself actually shivering. It felt like someone was staring up at us directly from the bed. I slowly reached for Morgan's arm and gently pulled her towards me. "Let's go back downstairs. We will finish the bottom floor together," I said, matching her whispering tone. Morgan didn't respond but obeyed my request. The feeling of eyes on us did not leave as we headed down the small hallway to the top of the stairs. I had to fight the urge to run down the flimsy steps. Once we were safely down in the living room, the air somehow felt easier to breathe, if that makes any sense. "What the hell was that?" Morgan demanded, finally sounding more like herself. I ignored the question. "Look, you know how I hate skimming on these jobs, but let's get this level done and get the hell out of here." I grabbed my cleaning supplies and headed to the next room, which was a small kitchen. Morgan stayed close beside me as we worked in silence, cleaning the sink, counter, and cabinets. We both froze after hearing what sounded like footsteps above us. "Don't," I said in a warning tone as I went back to cleaning dust and mice droppings from the cabinet. Morgan again obeyed and stayed silent as she went back to work on the counter. The footsteps continued moving around above us, on and off as we quickly finished the kitchen. The last room branched off from the kitchen that appeared to be a small office. I was so relieved we would be out of there soon. The room had stained and worn down carpet covering the wooden floor. I turned on our rechargeable vacuum, and the loud buzzing sound almost deafened me, but I was glad for it. Working in eerie silence was not normal for us, as we usually chatted and listened to music, but I was too rushed to fill with conversation or a playlist right now. "What the actual hell?" I heard Morgan yell out over the sound of the vacuum. I jerked my head up to see Morgan staring up at the ceiling, looking terrified again. Just as I cut the vacuum off, I heard what she had to be referring to as the buzzing sound died down. I can only explain it as the choking or coughing, gurgling sound of an elderly person. It was only for a split second I heard it, but that was enough. "Screw this," I yelled as I grabbed up as many of our supplies as I could. Morgan joined me in grabbing up the rest. We dashed out of the office, through the kitchen and living room, and out the front door. I was pretty much sprinting to the van while trying not to trip on the mess of the yard. Just as I got to the van, I heard Morgan shout, "Wait." I turned to see her a few feet behind me. "I left my supplies upstairs. We also didn't finish cleaning up there. We didn't even clean the bathroom, which must be up there. I'm not charging the client. We can buy new whatever supplies are left. Get your butt in the van." I didn't wait for a response as I jumped into the driver's seat. Morgan hurried and threw the supplies in her arms in the back and slammed the door. I took one final look at the house as she slid into the passenger seat. I couldn't be sure, but it almost looked like someone was peering out of one of the two upper windows. I started the van. Hearing it roar to life was pure heaven in that moment. I floored it out of the driveway and back into town. I later called Amelia to explain the job was not complete, and I would not be charging. The granddaughter would have to find someone else to clean that nightmare. This has been a couple of months ago, and I was not kidding when I said this horrid house still haunts my dreams. It was only last night I dreamt I was in a bed, staring up at an old, cracked, and familiar ceiling. I felt weak and frail as the weight of someone crawling on top of me took the air from my lungs. I felt cold hands around my throat squeezing tighter and tighter, that awful gurgling sound coming from my mouth being the last thing I heard as I woke up in a cold sweat. The marks are still visible on my throat today. I know what you're thinking. There's too many streaming services already. It's an endless wave of Hulu, Netflix, Tubi, Freevee, Snarfu, Luby, or whatever other nonsense an overworked marketing department spits out after their 5th round of coffee. As for me, I don't much care for streaming. What's the point of paying for a service that only has, like, 4 things I actually want to watch? For the most part, I steer clear of the lot. That is, until I got an ad for a new platform called Thumps. It happened when I was scrolling on Reddit, actually, and I clicked it because I thought it was a post. One of those sneaky ads that pretends to be something else. The title of the fake post read, "Did you know this site makes scary movies scarier?" So I clicked it and wound up at a website for Thumps, a streaming service for all things horror. I was about to click out of it when a pop-up caught my attention. Beta testers wanted. Sign up now and get Thumps free for life. The excessive amount of exclamation marks should have been a warning that something was rotten in the state of Denmark. Or, Delaware in my case. But access to a library of horror content for free? Forever? I couldn't help it. At heart, I'm a little greedy and a lot gullible. What else can I say? So I entered my email address. It didn't ask for anything else, not a credit card number or a mailing address, or my mother's maiden name. After I hit submit, I came to a screen that said, "Thank you for joining our beta testing program. We will reach out to you soon." I checked my email, but there was nothing there. I checked a few more times over the next several days before giving up. Maybe it had been some weird scam after all. I expected to start getting flooded with spam messages, but my email was blessedly, persistently quiet. It wasn't until a few weeks later, when I'd all but forgotten about the whole affair, when I received a package in the mail, a bright yellow box with stark black letters reading, "Thumps Beta Tester Kit." I must have stared at that box for 5 straight minutes, wondering how they'd managed to track down my mailing address just from my email. Privacy is truly dead. I almost threw the box in the trash on principle, but curiosity got the better of me, as it usually does. I tore open the box to discover just 2 things, a sheet of paper and what appeared to be a headband. I started with the paper, which read, "Have you ever watched a scary movie and found yourself bored? Like the scares just don't scare the way they used to. Do you wish you could be really, truly scared by a movie? Welcome, horror fan, to Thumps, the only streaming service that is 100% guaranteed to give you the scare of your life." We use a host of emerging technologies to analyze your brainwaves and adapt our films in real time, turning regular old horror movies into a tailor-made films designed with you in mind. Never be bored during a horror movie again. Simply put on the enclosed headband, then visit the website below. Pick a movie, and see what can happen when your content watches you. I read that note 3 times and it still didn't make any sense. If I wore the headband, it would read my mind. And that would make me like the movie more somehow. Now I knew this was a scam. And yet, I picked up the headband and placed it around my head. It was just normal fabric, nothing fancy. I waited for it to do something before realizing how dumb that was. Then I turned on my computer. I typed the URL from the bottom of the letter into my browser and entered my email when prompted. Before me was a totally normal streaming platform. It was laid out exactly as you would expect, with a menu on the left and different categories of movies on the right. The only difference was that I'd never heard of any of these movies. They all sounded like generic B horror films. So far, it seemed like just another lame streaming service with a weird gimmick. Whatever. I'd come this far. I scrolled down and picked a movie at random. I can't even remember what it was called. Something like The House at the Fork in the Road. A generic, completely forgettable title. The movie started off pretty normal. A family driving down a highway to their brand new home, conveniently situated in the middle of nowhere. Obvious tension between the husband and wife. The kids bickering in the back. Only 10 minutes into the movie, and I already felt myself tuning out. Suddenly the scene stalled, as though it was running on a projector that had jammed. Then it started up again, but it was different this time. Instead of being shot in the third person, the filming was now in found footage style. The camera held by the father as he filmed his family staring up at their creepy new house. The film picked up seamlessly from there. I paused the movie and just stared. There was no way that had happened, right? Or if it did, it had to be some kind of gimmick in the movie. Maybe I just missed something. I hit replay and started from the beginning. This time, the beginning of the movie was also found footage style. I watched in stunned silence. No, that wasn't possible. It hadn't been like that before. I was sure of it. Now I couldn't look away from the screen. I rewatched the opening with total fascination and a little shiver in my spine. I'd always liked found footage because it made movies feel more real, the danger more present. Well, it certainly felt that way now, in more ways than one. The story itself wasn't really anything special, though. The family moved into the new house and immediately discovered it was haunted. The two kids noticed it first and took to the basement to investigate. As the camera panned around the basement, I waited for something to jump out of the shadows with no real interest. Jump scares have never done it for me. They always feel sort of cheap and fleeting. They don't stick with you after the movie ends. When the camera had panned about halfway through the basement, the screen shivered again. When it came back into clear focus, my heart dropped. There, sitting on the basement floor in the camera spotlight, was Charlie. Charlie was a brown teddy bear with 2 black eyes and a stitched mouth. His fur matted from years of love, and he was missing one of his ears, the result of an ill-fated game of tug-of-war with the family dog. I knew all of this because Charlie was my teddy bear, and, if I wasn't mistaken, he was sitting up on the shelf in my bedroom closet at that very moment. I paused the movie and sprinted upstairs, throwing open my closet door and tearing through the boxes and junk that littered the shelf. There, in the back, I felt my fingers brush against his faded old fur. I pulled him out and marveled at him in my hand for just a moment. I was back downstairs in a flash, comparing my bear to the one on the screen. They were identical down to the last detail. The bear on the screen was even wearing the same bandana, a bit of blue checkered fabric that my mom had especially for Charlie from her sewing scraps. This is not possible, I muttered as I turned my bear over in my hands. I hugged Charlie tight to my chest on instinct. My heart was racing as my hand reached out to press the spacebar to restart the movie. I had to know what happened next. I had this wild thought that, if I got to the end of the movie, it would all make sense. It had to. The camera panned back to the children. This time the little boy looked different. His close, cropped blonde hair had been replaced by shaggy brown curls. He had a smattering of freckles across his nose. He was wearing a striped blue shirt with a little anchor embroidered on the pocket. I recognized the boy from my third-grade school photos. I remembered my mother picking out that shirt especially for the occasion, reminding me to smile big before ushering me out the door. I watched in total fascination, and no small amount of dread as the children tried to convince their mother that there was something awful in the basement. At first, she didn't believe them. Parents never do. But as the movie went on, strange things began to happen. Birds flying into windows, blood coming out of the bathroom faucet, strange scratching noises in the walls. With Mom convinced, next came Dad, who predictably scoffed at his wife's frantic pleading that something was wrong with their house. They needed to get out now. I glanced down at the time. Only 20 minutes left to convince the husband and try to escape. I knew this formula well. I was betting on the husband dying to save the wife and kids. A sense of familiarity started to put me at ease. I could follow the movie beat for beat to the very last scene. As the husband ventured down into the basement, determined to prove his wife and children wrong, I waited for the final reveal. Probably some sort of old hag ghost that would come screaming out at the camera. The father walked carefully through the basement, the camera picking up the sounds of his heavy breathing and nothing else. Then a small creaking sound to his left. The screen shivered once more before the camera panned quickly to the noise. There, hanging from the rafters, was a woman in a white nightgown. Her soft brown hair fell in waves over her face, obscuring it from view. Her nightgown was ragged and dirty. Her feet were a dull gray color, as though she'd been dead for some time. What caused my breath to catch in my throat were her fingernails. They were painted a bright eggshell blue. 4 fingernails on her left hand, the nail on her ring finger missing completely. My vision tunneled and everything around me started to tilt. I knew that hand, the one that fixed my shirt, that sewed the bandana for Charlie. It was my mother's hand. I trembled as I watched my mother on the screen, her body spinning slowly in its noose. Then her quiet, raspy voice whispering my name. Joey. I wanted desperately to stop the movie, but I was frozen where I sat. Is it really possible, I wondered, to drop dead from terror? I was pretty sure I was about to find out. 10 days, came the whisper as my mother's body began to spin faster. The rope creaked under the weight. 10 days. Then her body dropped to the floor, as though the rope had been cut. Everything was still, even the father's breathing had cut off. I sat there for what felt like an hour, but must have been no more than 3 seconds, watching my mother's lifeless corpse on the floor. Then an instant later, she was crawling towards the camera. Joey, come find me. Joey. The rasp was no longer a whisper, but a moan. I felt myself scrambling back against the couch in tandem with the father as he ran backwards, looking desperately for the stairs while keeping the woman in view of the camera. Don't let me die. What the? I whispered. This isn't happening. This isn't real. But the woman on the screen didn't care that she couldn't be real. Just then, her face lifted to the camera. It was undeniably my mother's face, but ravaged from the effects of decay. Her gray skin hung loose from her bones, and her eyes were clouded over with a glassy film. Her mouth dropped open, and I swore I could see maggots and worms squirming inside her. I threw my laptop across the room so hard, it broke against the opposite wall. I yanked the headband off and threw that too. I couldn't get enough air, no matter how hard I gasped, and for a moment, I was certain I was going to die. If not from the impossible horror on the screen, then because my heart gave out from strain. It took me over an hour before I was calm enough to stand on my own 2 feet. The first thing I did was pick up the whole mess. My broken laptop, the headband, the note, the box, and stuff it all down in the trash. Whatever had just happened, whatever I'd just seen, I didn't want anything to do with it. Next, I called my mom, who was completely bewildered at my panic over the phone. "Honey, calm down. What's wrong? What happened?" she asked, the confusion in her voice genuine. I couldn't think of what to say. Any version of the truth would have her driving to my apartment to make sure I wasn't having a mental breakdown. "I just had a nightmare that something bad happened to you, and I had to make sure you were okay." She spent the next hour soothing me over the phone, reassuring me that everything in the real world was just fine, and to hell with everything else. By the time we hung up, I felt just a bit better. In that short hour, I had reconstructed the narrative in my head. It really was a nightmare, or some kind of hallucination from the stress I'd been under at work. Everything was fine. Of course it was fine. Over the next few days, I resolved to put that strange, awful experience behind me. I went to work. I bought a new computer. I texted my friends and chatted with colleagues like nothing had happened at all. Because of course, nothing did happen. I just had to keep telling myself that. Except, something isn't letting me pretend. A few days after watching the movie, strange things started to happen. At first, they were things I could explain away. The sound of footsteps in the hall was just my imagination. The low whispering that I heard in the dead of night was the wind. The shadows out of the corner of my eyes were due to exhaustion from those sleepless nights. But then it started escalating. 2 days ago, I turned on my work computer and saw my mother's bloated corpse flash across the screen for just a second. Yesterday, I came home to my living room trashed. Like a tornado had ripped it apart, and there was Charlie sitting in the middle of the chaos, watching me. Today, I got a call from my mother. I picked it up, glad to be able to hear her voice, to reassure myself that everything was fine and normal. But when I put the phone to my ear, all I could hear was static. "Hello? Mom?" Nothing but fuzz. "I think we have a bad connection," I said, ready to cut the call and call her back. Before I could, I heard a voice, a low, raspy whisper that sent a violent shiver through my body. "Joey, come find me. Joey, don't let me die." "Who is this?" I said. I don't even remember deciding to say it. My voice sounded like it was coming from far away, through a tunnel or something. "Finish the movie, Joey." Then a horrible scream, the most blood-curdling sound I'd ever heard, and somehow I just knew it was her. The call dropped, and I was alone with the realization that it had been exactly 10 days since I started the movie. I've been calling for hours, but I can't reach her. I drove to her house, but she wasn't there. I've asked everyone I know and looked everywhere online, but it's like the streaming service just vanished out of existence. Nobody knows what I'm talking about, and there's no record of the company ever existing. Even as I type this, I can tell that time is running out. Every second I wait, my mom is closer to death, and there's only one thing I can do to save her. So please, has anyone here signed up for Thumps? I desperately need to kill my subscription. The first time I saw the lamp, I was 6 years old. It stood in the corner of my grandmother's parlor, tall and regal, as if it had always been there. I remember tracing my fingers over its gilded frame, mesmerized by the way the glass sphere caught the light, each fragment glowing like a captured star. It was always bright and alive in her home, giving the sense that time there was gentler. My grandmother had laughed and told me it was a family heirloom, a piece of history passed down through generations. My grandmother had always been a difficult woman, exacting in her expectations, sharp in both mind and tongue. Even in old age, she carried herself with an air of authority, as though the world itself bent to accommodate her. She was always impeccably groomed, her silver hair never straying from its perfect set, her nails manicured to a soft shine, her clothing rich in fabric but never ostentatious. Though time had creased her skin, it retained an almost unnatural glow, untouched by the frailty that plagued others her age, and unlike the rest of the family, she had never been sick a day in her life. I was her favorite, the golden child, the one she paraded before the rest of the family with pride. "You have something special in you," she would say, her eyes gleaming with something I couldn't quite place. A spark, a promise. Back then I didn't question it. I basked in her warmth, in the gifts and whispered praises that set me apart from my cousins, but things changed. I grew up, I made mistakes. A tattoo here, a failed class there, a cigarette between my lips that she caught me with one evening on the back porch. And with every misstep, her warmth faded. By the time I was in my 20s, we barely spoke. Then she died. It was sudden, too sudden. One day she was fine, and the next, she was confined to her bed, her body wasting away as if something unseen was devouring her from within. The doctors were baffled. I was terrified. She left everything to me. The house, the land, her vast fortune. The will surprised no one, though my relatives made sure I felt their resentment. In the end, I let them have the money, keeping only the estate. I told myself it was guilt. Guilt for being her favorite. Guilt for disappointing her. Guilt for not being there at the end. But the truth was, I couldn't bear to part with the house. With its grand Victorian structure, nestled against the thick woods, it was the only place where I had ever felt truly at home. I should have left it behind. Soon, though, I came to the grim realization that without my grandmother's fortune, maintaining the estate was impossible. So I planned to sell it. But before I let go, I wanted one last thing, one last piece of her to keep. A lamp. The house loomed ahead, its dark silhouette stark against the moonlit sky. It had been years since I'd last set foot on the estate, and yet it felt as though it had been waiting for me. Untouched by time, it should have been comforting, familiar, but something about its stillness unsettled me. The lamp stood exactly where I remembered, unchanged. Not a speck of dust clung to its surface, as if some unseen force kept it perpetually pristine. Its body, wrought from iron and bathed in a golden hue, carried the whisper of a mystery, perhaps gilded, perhaps truly gold. 3 curved legs supported its weight, each one adorned with delicate embellishments, a dance of European Victorian refinement entwined with Eastern opulence. But it was the glass sphere that truly captured the eye, a mesmerizing orb suspended from the ornate iron frame, cradling the light within. This was no ordinary glass. It was a kaleidoscope of hues, so rich, so intricate, that to name them all would be impossible. The lower half resembled the mosaic lanterns of the East, fragments of jewel-toned glass pieced together like a celestial puzzle. Yet as the gaze ascended, the colors shifted, the patterns evolved. What were once mere shards of color became luminous stained glass windows, each row unveiling a tale. The first row told of boundless forests, giving way to cultivated fields, where figures toiled around the golden sun. The second row grew darker, those same people who suffered, their crops withered, their faces gaunt with hunger and disease. Desperation etched itself into the glass. Sorrow held captive in color, but then a transformation. From the depths of the forest, ethereal beings emerged, tall and graceful, their presence otherworldly. A silent accord was struck, and among the mortals, one figure, a woman, followed the beautiful beings into the trees. The final row, smallest and closest to the top, was a vision of prosperity. Those who once suffered now thrived, abundance spilling from their hands, their lands reborn in splendor. The lamp, in its quiet brilliance, did not merely illuminate a room, it told a story, woven in light and shadow, a testament to hope, sacrifice, and the unseen forces that shape fate. Getting it out of the house was harder than I expected. It was heavier than it looked, delicate in ways that made me afraid to touch it too harshly. My ex-boyfriend helped me. We hadn't spoken much since the breakup, but he offered without hesitation, lifting it into my car with a teasing remark about my taste in antiques. It had been beautiful in my grandmother's house, but in my own tiny, cramped apartment, it was suffocating. The light was always on me, its presence oppressive. At first I let it glow, its warmth a quiet echo of the home I had left behind, but soon it became unbearable. The migraines crept in, not sudden or sharp, but a dull, relentless pressure that settled behind my eyes. And though it made little sense, though I couldn't even explain it now, I blamed the lamp. It felt absurd. The light had always been so gentle, so pure, and yet I had begun to resent it, to blame it for the unease I felt creeping into my life. I tucked it away, its heavy frame shoved into the corner of my closet, its glass hidden beneath a dust-cloaked sheet. Then the nightmares began. I dreamed of my ex first, his car crushed, his body twisted at unnatural angles, blood seeping into the pavement. I woke up gasping, my chest tight. When I checked my phone, the screen was flooded with messages. It had been an accident, just like in my dream, and he wasn't waking up. A coincidence, I told myself. I tried to shake the feeling, but it clung to me, thick and suffocating. Then came the second misfortune. The sale of the house fell through. A last-minute complication, something about the deed, something no lawyer could quite explain. And then, the third, my apartment. The place I had carefully curated into my sanctuary was suddenly unlivable. Toxic mold spreading fast, a health hazard so severe that I had no choice but to leave. My landlord's apologies were drowned beneath the urgent need to vacate. I had nowhere to go. The house, my grandmother's house, was waiting. So I returned to the estate. I told myself it was temporary, that I would find another buyer, another place. But the moment I stepped inside, I had the unsettling feeling that I wouldn't be leaving. The lamp now back in its rightful place, casting its golden glow across the parlor, as if it had never left. I told myself I wouldn't use that room often, I wouldn't have to look at it. But as I was setting it down, that was when I saw it, the new glass panel. I could not remember if it had always been there. Now I'm certain it hadn't. At the very top, where before there had only been light, there was now something more, a place bathed in unnatural brilliance, a scene that hadn't been there before, a world filled with golden light and vibrant flowers. 2 figures stood at the center, hands clasped, a child between them. Around them, others danced in celebration, their faces eerily familiar. Something deep inside me whispered that I had seen this place before, that I had been there, and I knew with a bone-deep certainty that I would see it again. The nightmares return soon after my move. In them I was always walking, bare feet pressing into damp earth, my breath visible in the cold air. The forest stretched endlessly ahead, a living tunnel of whispering leaves, and always, just beyond reach, a figure waited. Cloaked in shadow, neither welcoming nor hostile. It was terrifying. It was comforting. It was familiar. Then the sickness came slowly, creeping in the way rot takes hold of wood. Silent at first, unnoticed until it was too deep to ignore. It started with the migraines, the same relentless pounding ache that had started in my apartment, but now it was worse. It wasn't just my head. My body ached, my limbs grew heavy, like I was wading through water. My joints stiff, as if I had run miles in my sleep. Some mornings I woke up drenched in sweat, the sheets tangled around my legs. Other times I found dirt beneath my fingernails, a thin layer of soil smeared across my bare feet. I started sleeping with the door locked. The dreams did not stop. The forest called to me. It was a pull, subtle at first, like a thought lingering in the back of my mind, but as the days passed, it became stronger. I would catch myself staring out the window, toward the tree line, my breath slowing, my pulse steadying, as if my body knew something my mind refused to grasp. Initially, my dreams were only glimpses, the silhouette in the trees, the feeling of damp moss beneath my feet. But then they stretched longer. I saw more. The figure was not a stranger. The realization came slowly, seeping in through the cracks of my mind like water through fractured stone. I had been there before. I had followed before. The first time I had wandered into the woods, I must have been no older than 5. My grandmother had been distracted, entertaining guests, and I had slipped away unnoticed. I remembered the feeling of the earth beneath my bare feet, cool and damp. I remembered the way the air smelled, green, rich, humming with something I couldn't name. I remember hearing laughter, soft and lilting, just ahead of me. And then, nothing. I must have made it back to the house. I must have, because no one ever spoke of it. But now, in the dead of night, I could almost recall hands, cool, slender fingers brushing against my skin. A voice, distant yet familiar, whispering my name. You were meant to return. Why had I forgotten? My grandmother's words echoed in my skull, overlapping with the voice in the dream. You have something special in you. A spark. A promise. A promise. My stomach turned. Why did it feel like there was something I had to do? I stumbled to the parlor, my breath uneven, my skin clammy with sweat. The lamp stood waiting, its light unwavering, casting shifting colors across the darkened room. My family's fortune. My grandmother's impossible health. The whispers of bad luck that seemed to follow us when we strayed too far from this land. Everything made sense now. The lamp had been telling the story all along. It had never been luck, not for my grandmother, not for the generations before her. The wealth, the health, the unshakable prosperity of our bloodline, it had all come at a cost. A pact sealed long ago, blinding our family to something ancient and merciless. a promised daughter in marriage to the one who dwelled beneath the trees, not stolen, not sacrificed, given, a bride to bind our family to theirs, to maintain the balance, to ensure their blood remained strong. In return, our family thrived. Wealth, health, prosperity. It was never a gift. It was a contract that demanded balance, and I had unknowingly broken it. It was meant to go to them, to step willingly into the woods, just as some of my ancestors once had. But I hadn't. I had left, abandoned the house, the quiet pull of the forest, and so the debt had to be paid another way. My grandmother, no longer protected, no longer untouchable, had withered in my place. A life for a life. But the contract is still unfinished. The forest is still waiting, and it will take what it is owed. The glass has changed again. The fields are gone. The celebrations, the dancing figures, gone. The only image left is the forest, and at its center, a waiting figure cloaked in shadow. I do not need to see their face to know who it is. I have already met my groom. I can hear something now. Soft laughter, the rustling of leaves, the whisper of my name. The Fae do not take kindly to broken promises. And I was always meant to return.